Welcome to a complete training on CyberPanel. I'm Solomon and I'm your instructor for this course. Who is this course for? Who can take this course? Well, if you're curious to learn CyberPanel, then this course is for you. If you also want to host multiple websites on one server, this video is for you. If you also want to host multiple users or multiple clients and resell web hosting, then this video is for you. CyberPanel is a web hosting control panel that is free for anyone to use. You can install it on your VPS, upload your website, and have a website online without paying a dime. Okay, the only cost to you would be your virtual private server or your VPS. Before we get started, it's important you see the things, or I'll take you through the things we'll be covering in this entire training. So this is the course outline for our CyberPanel training. We're first of all going to look at the introduction to CyberPanel and demo. I'll log into my dashboard or to CyberPanel as an admin and demo the things you need to know about CyberPanel. From there, we're going to install or we're going to buy a VPS. I'll show you how to buy virtual private server and host your project. After that, we'll be securing our server. Before you do anything on your server, a brand new server, it's important to protect it first. So we'll be doing that. After that, we're also going to look at how to install CyberPanel on your server. From there, we'll be connecting CyberPanel to Cloudflare, and Cloudflare is going to serve as a wire or a cable connecting our domain name and our CyberPanel. Okay, from there we'll set up what we call reverse DNS, and this will enable us add host name to our CyberPanel. Now your CyberPanel is going to come, after installing it, it's going to come with an IP address. It's not good to log into your CyberPanel or work with your panel with an IP. That's why we're going to set up host name. Next, we'll be enabling SSL or HTTPS connection on our panel. From there, we'll also be looking at advanced security and how to set up CyberPanel well. From there, we'll also be looking at how to host your first website on CyberPanel, and I'll be demonstrating that with two websites. One will be a PHP script website and the other one will be a WordPress site. From there, I will show you how to upgrade or update CyberPanel itself, because CyberPanel release major upgrades and sometimes you have to upgrade it. Not sometimes, you have to upgrade it. So I'll show you how to run the upgrade script. From there, I'll show you how to host multiple websites or users on your CyberPanel. I'll continue adding videos or topics to this list, and I'll leave this link in the description for you to check the course outline for yourself. My next video will show you a complete demo of CyberPanel. Welcome to a complete CyberPanel training video series. In this episode, I'll be demonstrating to you how the dashboard of CyberPanel looks like. So this is going to serve as a complete CyberPanel demo video. All right, so let's go back to our CyberPanel and we're going to log in. I'll show you how to install CyberPanel. Don't worry, this is just a demo. All right, I'll enter my details and log in. And right now we are inside our dashboard of CyberPanel. All right, you see it looks clean. This is because I'm using a theme. You can select your theme here and I'll show you how to do all these things. Okay, let me now open individual tab and show you what is there. Okay, it's important to know what is in there before installing CyberPanel. So I'll click on dashboard and that's what you're seeing right now. This is your dashboard. To your right, you see some gauges here, and this will tell you the number of CPU or percentage of CPU usage, RAM usage, disk usage. To your left, we have this panel. We have version management, and right now we're using the latest version of CyberPanel. Okay, there's no upgrade available. All right, next we have design. Click on this drop down and pick the colors that you want. If you want your theme to be a dark theme, just click on it, scroll down and click on save changes, and now CyberPanel is using a dark theme. Okay, I don't like this, so I'll click and then I'm going to pick inspired flat blue. This is the color I want to use, so let me save. And as you can see, it looks beautiful. So you can change the appearance of your CyberPanel with this. Okay, now this is the Market Connect I'm talking about. Clicking on it will take you to their platform where you have to log in, create account, and you can access your CyberPanel dashboard directly or manage your CyberPanel in one place. So let's say you have multiple CyberPanels installed, you can connect it inside here, their marketplace or their cloud. All right, now you can also access WordPress manager there, staging, S3, backups, transfers, checkpoints. All right, so it's also a free service to join. Just click on sign up and you'll be able to join. Okay, and the way you also contact them is create an account here, and then you'll be able to contact support. So do that right now. Let's go back, and we have their community that you can go and see, and this is their community or forum with the latest news you can get. So we'll go back, and next up we have main. Now let's click on this drop down and you can view your profile. You can create new user, and here you can enter first name, last name, and then click on create user, and this user will be created. Now you can see those users by clicking on list users, and right now we don't have users on our CyberPanel dashboard. Click on modify user will give us options to modify our user. So I'll click on it, and right now I'm the only user, administrator. Okay, so that is that. And next up, you can also enable two-factor for that user, all right, by going to the modified feature. Reseller center. Now if you want to turn this into a reseller business selling web hosting, then this is where you manage those users. You can give them website limits by entering that here and assigning it to a particular user. All right, and that can be found there. Next up, we have ACL, access controls. Please click on access controls, and this is where you define what. So this is just like creating rules for your packages. So it's important to create an access rule name, something like a basic plan, and then you make it an admin. Okay, so if you do that, you're going to give it administrative permissions, and that means any person that you assign these controls will have administrative privileges, which is not good. So it's important you give them only things that they need to manage their websites. Okay, something like giving them database management permissions. But if you give a user packages permissions, that means this user will turn to a reseller, because giving a random or a regular user package management rules means that user can create packages and sell hosting. So if you want to turn it into a reseller hosting where other people can come buy your packages and also sell hosting, then you have to give that user or create a plan and then allow these access controls. Okay, this might not make sense. I'll be showing you how to do some of those things, in my other videos, which is my video 12, right? Hopefully. So next up, let's go back to CyberPanel, and I'm going to click on delete access control. So this will simply delete your access control. Now you can modify access controls. We have API access. Now if you have multiple cyber panels and you want those two panels to communicate, something like transferring data from this cyber panel to another cyber panel, you have to allow what we call API access. Next up, we have website, and here you can create websites and assign packages to those websites, databases, your DNS management. So let me go to websites, and I'll click on list websites, and you see a list of websites currently hosted on your panel, and here we have it. Now you can issue SSL for this website. Now you can see some brief details about this website. Now this is the user for that website, the PHP version, but if you click on manage, you see we have a lot of options here that we will cover later. All right, file manager is here. Okay, so let's go back, and what we're going to do is go back to websites, and you can create sub domains on your website. So that is enough and self-explanatory. Modify website, click on modify website, and you can modify any website you have here by clicking here, picking that website, and you can modify this website by giving it different, maybe PHP version, anything about modification. You can assign a new owner to this website or package. All right, and click on modify. Next, let's scroll down, and you can delete a website by simply clicking on delete website. Click on this drop down and select the website you want to delete, and click on delete website, and this is going to delete this website completely. Next up, let's scroll down, and we can suspend a website. Very self-explanatory. Scroll down, and we have packages. You can create packages for your hosting business. Okay, so let's scroll down a bit and enter your package name. So let's say this is basic plan, then you give it basic, assign number of domains you want this package to allow, so something like only 5 domains. Any person that will be assigned with this hosting plan will only have these privileges that are assigned here. Okay, so we're going to be assigning our users or these packages to our users based on the plan they purchase. Next up, we have disk usage. You can define the disk space they can use, bandwidth, file transfer protocol. If you have ever used WHM, then this looks familiar to you. Okay, next, you can modify or delete these packages here. We also have an option to create database. So I'll just click on create database, and I'm going to show you how to create a database. In case you want to install PHP scripts, then you have to manually create a database. So you select your website, give your database a name, so something like DB name. So this is your database name, and this is your complete database name that you be using for your or on your scripts. Now we have user. You have to give your database a user. So I put something like DB user, and finally we have to assign password or give it a password. Now after that, just click on use, and then click on create database. After that, make sure you use these details to connect to your software that you are building. Click on list databases, click here, and then pick your domain. Scroll down, and now you have your details here. Now we have databases. You can visit PHP My Admin by clicking on that link, and it's going to take you to PHP My Admin, and this is PHP My Admin. I hope this looks familiar. Those of you who are coming from cPanel, this is the same software they all use. Okay, so next, let's go back, and we are going to DNS management. This is very simple to do. click on create name servers, and I'll be showing you in my other videos how to set up cloud or CyberPanel, which is video 9, advanced security and setup for CyberPanel. So don't get worried about that. Let's go back, and we are here. So this is your name servers. I'll show you how to create these name servers. Scroll down and records, click on add or delete records, pick a domain if only you have one, but right now this site is brand new and we don't have anything like that. Okay, so it helps you modify name servers. Scroll down, name servers for a domain, click on Cloudflare, wait for it to load, and here we are. And now you can enter your Cloudflare's email, get a token or API token from Cloudflare, and you'll be able to sync your local records to Cloudflare. So this is going to pass the information that is here to Cloudflare directly. Very helpful resource or tool. Next up, now if you want to reset your DNS configurations to the default or how it was when you first installed CyberPanel, then you can click on reset DNS configurations. Now we have emails, and you can create an email just like you do on cPanel. Very simple. Creating an email is very simple. Pick your website, enter your something like support at your website name, and give it a password. Now click on create email, and this email will be created. You can test your email delivery with the help of this tool. All right, scroll down, and there are other options here. Now you can click on email limits, and this will help you limit your emails, but this is a paid tool you need to get from CyberPanel. Okay, now before we say bye bye to this email section, we have email forwarding like you do on cPanel. If you have ever set up email forwarders in cPanel, this is exactly the same. Just click on this, pick your domain, and right now we don't have an email created. That's why we're not seeing that. But let me just go back and show you quickly how to create something like that. So I'll just click on create email and click here, pick your domain and something like support. So support at, and then I'll generate a password for it. Pick this password, use it, and click on create email. Now this is going to help us see mailbox with username is this has been successfully created. So we've successfully created this email. You can give this to people and they will start emailing you. All right, but before that you need to set up some records inside Cloudflare, as we said that we're about to set that in our other videos. Okay, so for now just relax and then watch how we're going to do all these things. Next up, we're now going to email forwarding, and inside email forwarding what we want to do is we're going to click on our domain, and now we're going to select our email, and we're going to forward it to email. Now this email will be forwarded to a destination email, which is, so you enter that here, right? So just enter your destination email and then click on forward, and email sent here will be delivered here as well. That's email forwarding. Very simple and straightforward. Click on access webmail, and CyberPanel uses Snappy Mail as their webmail software, and then you have to enter your details. So something like support, remember the password we created. We have to grab that password and use that to log in. So I simply enter my email here, and I'm going to enter my password. I can't remember this password because I did not paste it somewhere safe. So for this, we're now going to modify email. just click on list emails or change password. Okay, so let me see. All right, there's a change password here. Now I'm going to change my password to something like, let me open this and then type some random characters here, copy it, we'll go in there and we'll change that to this, save it. Now that we are done with that, go back to Snappy, paste that here and click on sign in, and this should take us to Snappy Mail, and this is your webmail. All right, very simple, guys. So next up, we go back and we're going to check other options like file transfer protocol. You can create a file transfer protocol account and give it to developers in case you want them to be able to transfer files to your site. And then you pick a domain, enter your transfer details, file transfer protocol details, click on file transfer protocol, create FTP, give them these details, and they can connect to it via FTP. Very simple, guys. It's not complicated. Now we have backups, and here you can click on one-click backups and scroll down. CyberPanel wants you to buy their cloud space, and that will help you, or that will give them the option, that will help them back up your website occasionally for you. All right, so on this page you can purchase and manage a one-click backup, and this will back up with CyberPanel one-click backups. You can easily back up your website to our secure server in just some seconds. It's simple, fast, and reliable. All right, very simple. So if you want this service from CyberPanel, then it's a paid solution. You can create a backup yourself by clicking on create backup, pick the website you want to backup, click, and your destination, click, and click on create or generate backup, and it's going to create a backup for you here. Very simple. Now you can restore a backup by clicking on restore backup, and that option is also there for you. Okay, so you just pick your backup and then you restore it. Okay, next up, scroll down and we're looking at delete or add destination. You can add your destinations. Pick a type. Now, do you want to back your data up locally or to a remote location? You can do that with the help of this option. Scroll down and we have scheduled backups. If you want to schedule when your server should take backup, you can schedule that here. Click and pick your destination now, and then you can give it a name, select your schedule frequency, daily or weekly backups. Now select backup retention, you leave it at 0 for no limit. All right, so that is it. Click on add schedule. Now manage existing backups. You can click here to select your existing backups or existing destination. All right, next up, what we're going to do is just click on set up Google Drive, and this option will help you create or set up Google Drive backups. So you have to create an account. Just click on create, enter an account name, so something like first backup, click on save, and it's going to open their platform and create the account for you, if only you have account with them. So you have to create account with them before doing that. Okay, so I'll close that and we proceed. Next, we have SSL option. Click on it and go to manage SSL. Select the website you want to install SSL on and click on issue SSL, and SSL will be installed on that domain or website. Scroll down, and for the rest they will be deprecated very soon, something like hostname SSL. All right, so forget about it. Now MySQL Manager. Click on it, and this is a paid service from CyberPanel. CyberPanel wants you to buy this, which is a paid service. So I guess go back. Root File Manager is also a paid service from CyberPanel. All right, let me click on it and show you. So this is also a paid service from CyberPanel. You can use CyberPanel without paying a dime. All right, but if you want advanced features, then you have to buy their one-time license or a recurring subscription license. We have Cloud Linux, forget about that. Tuning, click on it and go to PHP tuning. Click here, pick your domain, and you can specify some specs for your server. All right, so timeout, request timeout, you can set that. Maximum connection, memory limits, hard memory limit. We have soft and hard memory limits, soft and hard process limits, and persistent connection. Okay, and click on tune. All right, so if you have problems with your CyberPanel, you can adjust these settings. Okay, scroll down and click on status. We have top. If you want to know your top services, that can be found here. You can also use terminal to find your top services, but so on terminal, when you type top, it will tell you the top processes that are currently running. So it's going to see data fetched here. Okay, and it's going to refresh every 3 seconds. That's how it works. Okay, and we have a lot of information here. You can kill it, right, which is something like this. It's the same as this. I can also kill a tax by entering the tax ID and killing it from my terminal. So it's just the same, but in a very neat and modern way of doing it. That's what CyberPanel accomplished. Okay, so let's scroll down and we have your light speed status, forget about it, and we have change port. Now in my security video, I'll show you how to change this port to different port. If you want to hide this port and you don't want people to know this port, then you can change that port by simply opening it inside terminal, and then, or yeah, it's a firewall, yes, adding it to the firewall and then coming here to replace it with that new port. Okay, I'll show you how to do that in my security video, which is this video. All right, next up, let's go back and scroll manage or package managers. And here you can use this to update some packages instead of running. If you don't want to run, something like sudo apt updates and sudo apt upgrade, you can simply do that here for your server by clicking on update all, and everything will be updated for you, all those packages that are upgradable. All right, so next up, let's continue, and we have PHP. Click on install PHP versions, and you have options to install PHP versions on your domain. So let's talk about PHP version 8.3, and these are the extensions that are currently installed. You can uninstall those extensions if you want to do that. 8.0, they're here. All right, so next, scroll down and we have edit PHP configs. Click and pick a PHP version, and you know, with cPanel, if you have ever used cPanel and you know cPanel well, you can tell that this is the same settings we have on cPanel. Something like URL F open. You can disable or enable those things here. We have advanced option, and this is going to give you access to PHP INI editor. All right, let's scroll, and we have logs. If you know how to read log files, you can simply check your log files here. It's important to always check your CyberPanel main log files to know what is going on. We have security. I'll reserve this topic for my other video, which is video 9. Okay, so that's video 10. All right, so don't worry about that. Next up, let's go and we click here and go to email debugger, and this is also a paid option. So most of these options are paid options. All right, click on applications. All right, services applications, and here you see those applications that are installed. All right, if you want to install Elasticsearch, then you can click here to install it. But for your use case, you will not need those things. Just allow them. All right, just leave it as they are. I'm only showing you where you can find it. Now, service status. Click on service status, and you see those services that are currently running. So open light speed is here. You can restart it. You can also stop it. MariaDB is also running. They're all running. If you want to troubleshoot something, you can simply click on restart, and you'll be able to restart those services. Okay, plugins installed, and right now there's no plugin installed, and that's it. That's a complete rundown demo of our CyberPanel. So in my next video, what I'm going to now show you is I'm going to show you how to get a private server or a VPS, dedicated VPS for your CyberPanel. All right, it's important to get a reliable VPS for your CyberPanel. Welcome to my CyberPanel video training series. In this training, I'm going to show you how you can get a VPS or a private server to install your CyberPanel. It's important you get a reliable and a dedicated VPS that will always be online. So for this, we're going to order our virtual private server from a provider called Contabo. In the description of this video, when you click on that link, it's going to take you to a page just like this. So this is the provider we're using to install our CyberPanel. All right, because you're getting started, just click on the basic plan. All right, their basic plan. Once the page is fully loaded, scroll down and you see your server's specs. You will get 4 cores, 6 gig RAM. You get enough storage for your project, and then a snapshot. This gets like a backup. Pick a billing cycle, something like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months. So if you want to go with them 1 month or month-to-month basis, you can pick, or you can leave it as default. You choose the 12 months, and that way you save $5.50. Scroll down and pick the data center closer to you. I'm going to stick with the free data center. Feel free to choose a data center that is closer to you. Scroll down, and I'm going to leave everything as they are. Continue scrolling, and on this part, we're going to choose our operating system. Now, before you install CyberPanel, it's important you check their recommended operating system. So with CyberPanel, it supports Ubuntu 20.04, Ubuntu 22.04, Cloud Linux 7, Cloud Linux 8, Alma Linux 8, and Alma Linux 9. I'm going to install Ubuntu 22.4. So we'll go back there and we'll make sure you select 22.04 and leave everything as they are. Continue scrolling, and here generate a password for your server. Take note, this is the password you'll be using to log in as a root user on your server or to your server. Okay, so we're using this to log into your server as a root user. From there, scroll, and if you need more space or storage, you can click here and add more space or storage to your server, and you get one free IP address, and this is going to be served as a shared IP. If you want to host multiple users, this IP will be shared among your users, and that's why we call these kind of hostings shared hosting. Your users are going to be using or depending on one IP address. Continue scrolling, and if you want Contabo to manage your server, you have to click here and pick managed. But today I'm not going to use that. We are going to use the unmanaged. This means you are going to be responsible for the security aspect, monitoring your server, taking backups of your server, anything about maintenance or server management. You're going to be responsible for this. I have a video in the description of this video on how to protect your server, because it's your duty to protect your server. If not, it will get hacked. So cloud Contabo is not going to do that for you, right? So it's important, it's a must to check that video in the description on how to secure your server. Next up, let's leave it as unmanaged and leave everything as they are. If you want them to monitor your server, you can also add this. So I'm going to click on next. You are brought to a page just like this. Please, are you ordering this as a private individual or ordering it for a business? If you are ordering this for business, just leave it as business. I'm going to leave it as business. You enter your business name. How do you want them to address you? Mr. If you don't need it, just leave it. Enter your personal information. Scroll down, accept their terms. You can read their terms. After that, click on next. You'll be redirected to a payment method where you can enter your payment details to complete order. So I'm going to complete the order and get you on the dashboard of Contabo. Alright, so after successfully placing an order, you can click on login. Enter your login information, alright, your email and password. So I'm going to log in now and show you your dashboard. Alright, so after successfully logging into your Contabo's dashboard, this the page you land. Let's click on your services. So click on this. And you should see your service like this. Give Contabo up to 3 hours for your server to be provisioned. So once you see this, just hover on manage and go to control. From here, you will see options to manage your server. So this is the status of your server, and when you hover on it, you see that it's running. So that means your server is now up online. You can use this button to restart your server. Use this to start your server in case your server is off. This, we can use this to disable VNC. You can reinstall your operating system, but take note, this is going to wipe your data off. This is like a factory reset. It's going to delete any data you have. So it's important to take a backup when using this feature. I'll record a video on this same channel on how to take full backup of your server. So keep an eye on this channel because that is going to be a very helpful resource. In case your server has issue and you want to fix your operating system or recover your data, this is what you use. So you can simply read this, all right, to get better understanding. The package I have with Contabo, I do not have the option to take snapshot, and snapshot is just like taking a temporal backup of your site, or taking backup timestamp backups, and that means you can roll back to those backups in case your server crashes, and that is enough. It is then time we secure our Linux server. If not, it will get hacked because our server is still brand new and there's no form of protection whatsoever. This is a complete video on how to protect your Linux server from getting hacked. Before you do anything on your server, it's important you protect it first. In the course of this training, you hear me use terms like check my previous video or check my next video. It's normal, don't get confused by that. This is because I recorded these videos as playlists, but now I'm compiling everything into one single video. That's enough of the talking. Let's get to work. We're going to SSH or log into our server and update our server. It's important you update your server when you first purchase it. So open your terminal. If you also have PuTTY, open it. We put SSH root, which is our username, at the IP address. So we'll just copy our IP address Contabo assigned to us, assigned to our server. Just paste it here, hit enter. You have to assign fingerprint, so just say yes to accept, hit enter, and there's a warning. This fingerprint will be permanently added to your known host. That way, when you are connecting for the next time, your device, your PC would trust, or your server would trust your PC. Okay, so there's going to be a trust between your computer and your server. So that's fingerprint. So this fingerprint will be stored in a location, and that file is called known host. All right, I'll show you all these things throughout this course. All right, so now let's enter our password. So the password you entered during when you were ordering your server, enter that password here. Okay, for the first time we've logged in to our server. You can see Contabo. I'm going to show you how you can update your server. So let me clear my screen, log into my server, enter my password. Now when you enter your password, nothing is going to show or display. It's normal. Okay, hit enter, and we are logged in to our server. All right, so how do you update your server? Now this is a Ubuntu server. You see here, Ubuntu. The way we update our server is typing sudo. So sudo means super user do, right? So you are the root user, and because of this root, you can even ignore the sudo. Whether you put sudo or not, it doesn't matter. So you can still put sudo apt. Apt stands for application. Okay, update. So this is going to download the latest packages for you. Let me just clear the screen so that you can see well. All right, so clear. Now sudo apt update. This will download the latest softwares, packages, and sudo apt upgrade. And this part after the n is going to, so this will download and this will do the upgrading. All right, so we want to just add yes to it and hit enter, and right now it's downloading the packages. After that, it will upgrade them automatically without we doing anything. So just sit down, relax, and watch your server do the magic. Now our update is complete. Okay, so you can run this command sudo apt list. All right, so we're going to list. We're going to see if there are other applications that need upgrading. So just put upgradable. So sudo apt list upgradable, and that's all. There's no application that needs upgrading. All right, so we're done with the upgrade. Do not run commands that you are not familiar with or you don't know. So we're first of all going to check the status of, we're going to see if there's a firewalls application installed called UFW. UFW stands for Uncomplicated Firewall, which is a simple firewall package that we run on our servers to have a simple firewall up and running. Because we're already logged in as a root user, there's no need typing sudo, but let's just type it sudo system, all right, systemctl, system control. Okay, CTL means control, so systemctl status, right? The connection is a little bit sluggy. Okay, so status sudo ctl status UFW, hit enter. Now, as you can see, we have uncomplicated firewall up and running already. So assuming you are not having this software up and running, assuming you didn't have it up and running, then what you do is you simply type sudo apt install, okay, UFW, hit enter, and this will install this package. But already you see UFW is already the latest version. That means it's installed, so no action is required. Okay, so once you run that command, you have to make sure you enable UFW on system reboot. That means if your server goes down and comes back online, UFW is going to come back automatically. It's going to be enabled automatically. So because of that, we're still going to run sudo system ctl enable UFW, hit enter, and this will enable UFW on what? System boot. Okay, so that's how you install a firewall on your system. Now let's check the UFW status itself, whether it is blocking or not. So we put UFW status and it is inactive. But when you put system ctl status of UFW, you're going to see this active, right? So the software is active, but it is not blocking anything. It is allowing all connection. All right, so what we need to do here is just put UFW enable, yes, and UFW is now active and enabled on system startup. Okay, So we can run UFW again, UFW status, hit enter again, and this time it is active. And these are the connections that are allowed. Off behind the scene, I allowed these ports, right? So let me show you how to allow some ports or how to open some ports. So to open a port, just type UFW allow HTTP. Hit enter. So it's going to allow port 80. All right, which is for websites traffic. Okay. So type UFW again, status, hit enter, and you should see port 80. So this is HTTP without the S, and this is the HTTPS connection, right? Let's clear our screen. And the only thing I want you to take away from this video is installing UFW if it is not installed. So we first of all have to check the status of UFW. You can do by typing systemctl status of UFW, and if it is installed and you see this green active, you are good to go. After that, you need to enable it on system boot. Okay, so what you do is you type the same thing, systemctl enable UFW. There's no need adding sudo because you're already logged in as a root user. Hit enter, and the software will be enabled on system boot. After that, the software is going to be inactive. It's not going to block anything. All right, and because of that, it's open to the whole world. All right, your connection is opened. Because of that, you need to run this command UFW status to see if it is blocking a port or not. And because it is active, it's blocking. But in your case, for the first time, you should see it inactive. So if it is inactive, what you do is you type UFW and just enable it. All right, enable, hit enter, and type Y or yes, and then it's going to be inactivated on system startup. Right, before you close your connection, make sure you allow port 22 by typing UFW allow 22. If not, when you close your connection, you have problem connecting back because UFW will block, is currently blocking port 22. So let's type UFW allow port 22. All right, so they are added. I added this off camera. All right, so they are now added. Now if you type UFW to added, you should see port 22 allowed. If not, you will not be able to connect to your server. Hello, in this lecture I'm going to show you how you can protect your server with a non-root user. You know, when you order your server, you're assigned with root as the default user. Hackers know this. Because of that, they can easily compromise your server. So we're going to change this to a different name like solo abw as a unique username, and we will lock down or we'll disable the default root. as our user. So how do we do this? Let's log into our server, okay, with our root. So SSH root at your IP address, hit enter. Enter your password, all right? So I've typed my password, and you know, with Linux, when you type password, it is displayed as blank. It's normal, okay? So just hit enter after typing the password, and we are logged in. So we just clear the screen to have some space. Now we're going to add user. You can put sudo, but because we're already logged in as a root user, there's no need to put sudo. So you can just put sudo add user, right? Just put add user, and then you mention the name of that user. Just type the name of the user you want to enter as a custom user. So what we do is you enter your username, maybe solo as a new user. After that, hit enter. Now it's asking you for password, so we're going to assign password to this user. So enter your password, and you know, with Linux, when you enter password, it doesn't display, okay? So I just type my password, hit enter, type the same password, hit enter. Now you can enter full name for this user, but I'm going to press enter. I want to skip all those things, okay? They are not necessary. After that, is the information correct? Because this is capital, right? Because this is capital, when you press enter, this will take effect. So anytime you see capital and small, hitting enter will put this one. So this is going to be the priority one. All right. So I'm going to hit enter. Okay. So now we have that user on the system. Next, what we need to do is we're going to give this user what we call sudo privileges, because this user cannot perform sudo roles. We want this user to also act as a root user. Okay, so let me increase my size a little bit. All right, so we can clear the screen, and we want this user to act as a sudo user. So put sudo. After you put the sudo, put user mode. Okay, so user. After that, we're going to add this user to a group called AG, right? So we're adding this user to a group. So you just put a group, and then that group, we want that user to be part of the sudoers. Sudoers are the super administrators. So we want that user to be part of this. After that, we enter the name of our user, which is, can I remember? Solo Dongbon. All right, Dongbon. Right, Solo Dongbon. After that, all we need to do is to just hit what? Enter. And this user is part of the sudoers. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to open, do not close the connection, okay? So we're going to open a new new terminal, okay? You can use different computer, or you can, if you're using the built-in terminal, you can open a new connection, okay? And we're going to connect to this user through this user, which is, want to confirm that this user can perform super admins rules or sudo rules before we then terminate the other connection. So here we put solo, right, down, okay, boom. After that, we put the IP address, hit enter. Good. Now let's enter the password for this user, the password we entered for that during the when we're creating the this user. All right, you know, we give this user some password, so we want to enter that password there. So I've typed the password, hit enter, and wait patiently. And congrats, we have successfully logged in as this user. Now to run a command as a sudo or as a root user, just use sudo. Okay, so because this is not a direct root user, it's important to always put sudo. So when you put sudo apt update, all right, sudo apt update, let me just clear the screen. We want to confirm that this user can perform sudo rules. So I'm going to clear my screen, clear, and we're going to run sudo apt update and see if this is successful. Then it means this user is now a root user, and we can go ahead to disable the default root. So I'll enter my password, hit enter again, and there we go. So we are done. From this moment onwards, we will be using this user as our user and not the root. We're going to disable our root because hackers know that the default password is root and they can brute force your server. All right, welcome back to my Linux crash course. In my last videos, I showed you how to purchase a virtual private server. We also learned how to SSH into our server, how to update our server. Now we are doing the security aspect of our server, which is very, very important. It's important you secure your Linux server, if not it will get hacked. Remember, our VPS providers will assign root to you as a default user. Also, we have SSH, and that means when we are logging in, we log in with a password. So we're going to lock down SSH. That means we can only log in using keys. Okay, we don't want to use password. Passwords are gateways to brute force attacks. Okay, and because of that, we're going to generate key pairs. We'll be uploading one to our server and keeping one inside our local machine. These keys will help your local PC or your local machine and your remote server create a connection or trust. There will be a trust between the two of them, and that way there's no need entering passwords. So if that sounds interesting, let's see how we're going to create or generate SSH keys. From there, we'll be uploading those keys to our remote server, and then we'll now lock down SSH completely. If you have not watched my last video, go back and watch that video. All right, I taught you how to disable or how to create a non-root user. All right, and we gave that user sudo privileges. So we're going to now log into that user that we created, and from this moment onwards, you have to use your non-root user. Stop using root. All right, because we'll be logging down root. Okay, and then we'll enter our IP address. Okay, so let me see. All right, so this is our IP. Okay, after that we hit enter. Now let's enter our password, the password we created for this user. Okay, so enter the password. Now as I type my password, you're not going to see anything. This is a normal thing. All right, now hit enter, and we are logged in to our server. We logged in with the use of a password and a username. So this is not what we want. We want to log in using some keys. All right, SSH keys. So to do so, all we need to do is disconnect. Okay, so just go out of your connection, clear, Control D, you disconnect. Okay, so Control D, you are disconnecting from your remote server. Okay, so before we generate our keys, this is for Ubuntu or Linux users, those of you who already use Linux as their operating system. Let's print working directory and know where we are. We are going to our home or root directory. So we put cd, we're changing directory to home like this. Now inside here, what we're going to do is we want to make sure we navigate into a directory called .ssh. Hit enter, and we're in a directory called .ssh. List the content, and you should see these files inside your .ssh. If you are not using Linux or Ubuntu, don't worry, I'll be showing you in other videos how you can also do the same thing using PuTTY. So once you are here, the only thing you need to do is we're going to create our keys. So to generate your keys, just type ssh dash keygen, that's key generation, okay, short for key generation. So keygen, after that we put T, and then we put RSA dash, we'll specify the bits, which is 4096. So just put 4096, hit enter, and the keys are generated. So just wait for them to generate. Now hit enter, because we want our keys to stay in this folder. Okay, so we're going to save these keys inside this directory. So just hit enter. After that, let's give our keys some passphrase. This is like a password. Okay, so anytime you need to open your keys, you need to enter this passphrase because it's for security reasons. Okay, so enter your password, hit enter, enter password again, hit enter again, and your keys are what? Generated. Now let's list ls, and we should now see two files. So this is your secret keys, and this is your public key with this pup. I can show you these public keys without issues, but do not show these secret keys to anyone. Okay, so let me just show you my public keys. So I can cut, and then I'll just show my public keys, and these keys you can print it and even put it on a notice board and nothing will happen. But the problem is, it only becomes a problem if you show or if you add them this your private keys. Okay, so next what we are going to do is, after we create the keys, we're going to copy our public keys and put them inside our remote server. All right, and that's what we'll be covering in our next video. So let me just clear my screen. Hello, in our last lecture I showed you how you can generate SSH keys. In this video I'm going to show you how we can copy the public keys to our remote server. Let's go back to our terminal, and wherever you are, okay, so let me go back to home. So whichever directory you are, all right, just put cd home. Okay, so this home, and then we're going into, so you go to home directory. From there you navigate to .ssh, hit enter. Now list, and we're going to copy our public keys to where? Our server. So the way we do that is, we're going to type some simple command that will do this for us. Okay, there's a manual way of doing it, but we want the simplest way. So just put ssh dash copy dash id, and then we enter our username, which is at our IP address. So we enter our IP address and then hit enter. Now this command ssh copy id is going to copy this ID which is the public ID. We're going to copy that one and put it inside the right or the correct destination. Okay, so this is going to do the work for us without any issues. So from here, just hit what? Enter. And this will copy our keys and put them there. All right. Okay. So enter our password. So it's attempting to log in with the new keys to filter out. All right. So make sure you enter your password, and then I'll enter my password. Hit enter. And you should see this number of keys added, 1. All right, you should see this notice. So the moment you see this, it means it's successful. So from this moment onwards, we can now go to our server to protect those keys that we get sent over to our remote server. All right. So let's now go to our server. I'll clear this screen and we'll go to our server by typing SSH. Let me guess. All right, so SSH, your username and your IP, and we hit what? Enter. Now it's asking us for our keys. All right, password to unlock, and because I'm using Ubuntu or Linux, that's why you're seeing this. All right, so I'll just enter my password to unlock the SSH keys, and already SSH login via SSH is working. You see, I didn't enter any password and it's already working. Okay, so that password I entered there, let me disconnect my connection and show you once again. So clear. If you notice that, like, I didn't enter my password, so SSH, my username and my IP address, hit enter, and I'll just log in without password. You see, I've logged in without password, so it's successful. But we have to now go and protect the SSH directory. All right, we want to protect the SSH directory. So how do we do that? Let's first of all go to the SSH directory and see whether our keys are there, and for sure they are there. That's why we were able to log in successfully to our server. So to see that, let's put ls and see what is here, and right now there's nothing. Let me put ls-a to list everything. All right, so from there, what we need to do is just go into the .ssh, and inside the .ssh, we want to list, and we should see the public. All right, so that's where this is where our keys are, inside authorized keys. So those keys they were copied and pasted inside here with the command we ran. I can simply show you what is there without issues because these are public keys. So just put cat and then authorize. So just type the first 2 letters, hit tab, hit enter, and you should see your keys there. That's why we were able to connect without password. And that's not all. We have to protect this particular directory or this particular file and this directory. And the way you do that is just go back 1 level. All right, so just go back 1 level, and we're going to first of all protect our SSH directory. So to do so, all we need to do is to type change mode and we're going to give it 700, and we're assigning that to the directory .ssh. SSH, and then we hit enter, and that SSH directory permission has been changed. So this directory, this particular permission means you're the only one who can read it, but no one can execute. You can read, execute. Okay, let me just show you what that does, the meaning of this permission, what the 700 permission. So what we do is ls, and then you can put la. All right. Okay, so the SSH, because we changed the permission, the owner can read and execute, but no one can do anything. You see that? So we're done assigning our permission. Let's now go into that directory by typing cd.ssh. So we want to go inside it, and inside it there's a file called authorized keys. Let's first of all see the permission on these keys before. So the way we do that is we simply type list dash, you can put LA, and you can see the authorized keys read and write is allowed. Okay, so you can read and write, but no one can do anything. You see that? All right, so let's give it a permission, or that will work well for our case. So what we do is we give it 644 permission. All right, so the way we do that is we just put change mode, and then we give it 64444, and we're assigning it to the authorized keys. So the authorized, enter. Now let's run our list again, and then check all attributes. So now the world and group can read, but first those things were not possible. Okay, again I'll teach you file permissions. All right, so we're done with today's task, which is copying our ID or our public key to our remote server using a simple command, and also changing some file permissions on our server. We still have root as a user, which is a bad thing because we don't want anyone to be able to SSH into our root at our IP address. All right, so because of that, we're going to disable that root. So the way we do that is we want to make sure we navigate into the etc directory, and then we'll also go into the SSH directory. But for that, let's log into our server, and now we're going to be using our non-root user. So our SSH, enter my non-root user. So enter your non-root user, whichever user you created, enter that, and I'll enter my IP. After I enter my IP, I'll simply hit enter, and it's going to lock us automatically into our server. This is because we have our private keys on our machine. No need entering password. So now that we are logged into our server, we want to navigate into our etc directory or the etc directory. So the way we get there is with cd into our root, list content, and this is the directory we want to navigate into. So from there you go into the sc directory, and from there we go into the ssh directory. All right, so once you get into your SSH directory, we want to take a backup of our sshd.config before editing it. So the way we do that is we put sudo copy sshd.config, and we're going to copy it into sshd.config. Like this. So we're copying the original file content into another file. After that, we'll now edit the original. So hit enter and list our content again, and we now have sshd_config.disk. So this is what we're going to be editing for now. So put sudo nano. Okay, we're going to use this text editor called nano sshd.config is the file we're going to be editing. So hit enter. Now let's scroll to the part that says permit root login. Okay, so we're going to disable root login completely. So continue scrolling. Okay, so passwords authentication is yes. We want to remove it and give it no. We don't want to authenticate using passwords, so simply remove it and put no. Come down and permit empty passwords. We want to also remove this. We don't want to permit empty passwords. Continue scrolling, and we have to also disable this and leave it as what? No. Continue scrolling. We want to also remove this and leave it as what? No. So continue scrolling to where you see permit root login. Okay, so we want to, all right, so permit root login, want to change it to what? No, we don't want to have a root login. Now Control S, you save, and Control X, you close the connection. After that, we're going to sudo, that means we're going to restart our SSHD connection. So sudo systemctl restart, right, restart SSHD, hit enter, and we have restarted our SSH connection. So now if we try logging in with the root user, we should get an error because right now root login is not allowed. So the way we do that is we open a new connection, SSH connection, and then we try log in with that user called root. So remove this and put root, hit enter and wait, and now permission denied, public key is accepted. So right now we've locked down SSH, so you can only log in using your keys. So let me log in with my keys. So I'll simply enter my username, all right, my newly created username and my IP, hit enter, and I should be able to log in with this new user and not root. And because of our keys, I was able to log in without entering a password. So this way you've strengthened the security of your Linux server. Now, one last thing before we end this video, all right, before we finish everything up, we have to give our SSH connection a maximum authentication trials. And if you don't know what that is, let me clear my screen. Okay, so just log back into your connection, okay, or go to the other page, which is here. All right, if you have not yet disconnected it, so make sure you navigate to your SSH connection once again, and we want to edit our SSH configuration once again. So enter sudo nano sshd underscore config, and this should take you back here. Now we are looking for a line that says maximum trials, which is here. So we want to enable this, and then we'll give it at least 3 trials. There's a software called fail to ban. This software will do this for us, but should in case fail to ban fails to activate, okay, for some reasons, then this default SSH configuration will do the work for us. This is important because we want to time out their failed attempts. So if they enter 3 login attempts unsuccessfully, we want to ban them. Okay, so this is the number of trials we want to allow per section, 10 sections. All right, so just leave it as it is. Control S again, save, Control X. After that, we're going to restart our SSHD connection, and we are done. All right, so let's clear my screen. So today we'll be changing our default SSH port. After that, we'll be installing fail to ban in our next video. So to change your default port, go to open your terminal. If you are using PuTTY, there's no problem. So we want to log into our server in order to change this. So put SSH, enter your username, at your IP address, enter your IP address. Now the default port for our SSH connection is port 22, right? Is default, and hackers know this. Because of that, I want to change it to a different port. Even if you did not put this port 22 and you leave it like this and you try to connect, it's still going to be successful because that's the default port and we are logged in without entering a password. And I taught you how to create SSH keys or generate SSH keys to disable the root login for your Linux server, which is important. If you have not watched that video, go back and watch that video. It's a good practice to log into your server using SSH keys. So we've logged in with the default port, which is port 22. All right, let me disconnect, okay, and show you. So I'll just clear my screen and I'll enter the same command, SSH username at IP address. This time I'm going to put port 22, hit enter, and we're going to get the same results because port 22 is the default port. You see that? So the way we change that is we want to navigate to the etc directory. So I'll just list the content that is here, all right, and then we go into the etc directory. So let's just go back one level. So I'll take you back one level and we're going to list again, right? So let's continue one more time, list, and we are here. Now let's go into the etc directory, which is this one, as it contains most of the configurations files. So the way we go there is we get cd into the etc directory, we list it, and we're going to see a file called ssh, all right, a folder called or a directory called ssh, which is here. So this is where we want to change our SSH port. So we have to go inside. All right, let's go inside that file, or sorry, that directory. So let's put SSH, hit enter, and we're inside that one. Now we want to list the content. After that, we're looking for a file called sshd underscore config, because this is the file we want to change, or this is where our port is, our SSH port is, our SSH configuration file. So the way we edit that is we simply put sudo, as you're not a complete sudo user. So you just put sudo. After that, we put nano, because we're going to use the nano text editor. So we type sudo nano because we want to use the nano text editor. After that, we'll mention the name of the file. All right, so just type sshd, hit tab, and it's going to pre-fill the rest for us. All right, so from there we'll simply hit enter our server password. All right, our root password. So when you enter that, it's going to open this file using this text editor. So I enter my password. I entered my password. Now hit enter, and this is our configuration file. Now we want to scroll down to the part we see port. So this is the area, and we'll remove this and change this 22 to something like port 75. All right, so when you're using these numbers, make sure that this port is not in use by any of your programs. After that, what we want to do is we want to hold down Ctrl S to save our changes. After that, Ctrl X to exit. Now we're going to restart SSH. So the way we do that is you just put sudo systemctl. All right, so system control. After that, we are going to type restart. All right, so we're restarting SSH. You can add D to it. After that, what we do is we hit enter, and SSH is restarted. Now we want to make sure port 77 is opened. If not, when we want to connect, we're going to have hard time connecting. So the way we do that is we want to use UFW to add that port to the list. If not, connecting will not be possible. So the way we do that is we want to make sure we do sudo UFW allow, all right, allow port 75. All right, so that port we want to allow it. So once we do that, just hit enter, and this port will be added. Now when you go to connect on a different terminal window, you should be able to connect via our new port, which is port 75. So the way we do that is we want to make sure we type SSH username at our IP, and because port 22 is blocked, if you try logging in through port 22 or the default port 22, you're going to get an error because this port, so you see you're going to get connection refuse error. So the way we connect is we just put P and specify our new port, which is 75. Now we hit enter, and this way it should be able to connect us to our server. And success, we are successfully connected to our Linux server. Welcome to another episode of my Linux security series. In this training, I'm going to show you how you can install or protect your server with fail to ban. Fail to ban is a package we install on our servers to protect our servers from what? Brute force attacks. Yes, as the name suggests, fail to ban. It bans whichever IP that tries to log into your server via SSH and have failed a certain number of trials. So let's say I set my fail to ban configuration file to ban any IP address that tries 3 failed attempts. Then fail to ban is the software that we can use to do that. You can specify the number of trials we want failed attempts to get banned. So if you are excited to have this package installed on your server, stay tuned, because right now I'll be showing you how to install and set up fail to ban. To get started, go to your terminal and we're going to SSH into our connection. And then I taught you how to change your default port to a custom port. If you have not watched that, go back and watch my last video. It's a good practice to have a custom SSH port. Stop using the default port 22. So all we need to do is just hit enter and we'll be logged in right away, because I'm using SSH keys. Again, it's good to use SSH keys to connect to your server. Stop using roots and passwords for your SSH connection. If you don't know how to do that, I have a video on how you can generate SSH keys and upload them to your server to have an SSH connection for your server. So the way we check out whether we have fail to ban installed is we want to check for the status of fail to ban. So you can just put sudo systemctl, right? Systemctl status, okay? Status of fail to ban. We enter our password. So I enter my password, and fail to ban is not found on our system. So the way we install it is, but before we install any software, we have to simply update, or first of all update our server. So the way we do that is we put sudo apt update, okay? So just put update and sudo apt upgrade, okay? Now I want to append it with what? A yes, okay? So sudo apt update and apt upgrade, hit enter, and our server is downloading the latest packages and it's installing them right away. So let's wait for everything to finish. All right, so we are done with our upgrade process. All we need to do now is we want to now install our software or our package called fail to ban. So the way we do that is we'll put sudo apt. Let me clear my screen so that you can see clear. Now sudo apt install fail to ban. Hit enter and wait for this software to install. Now let's enter a yes, right? So guess when you hit on enter, the capital letter is going to come. Okay, so this one will take effect, right? You can equally put y there, hit enter and wait, and the package is going to be installed on our system. So we've successfully installed our software. Now we need to start it, okay? So after installing it, you have to start it. So the way we do that is we want to put sudo systemctl, all right, and then you put start fail to ban. So let's put start fail to ban. Hit enter and our software is started. Now we want to enable it on system boot or system startup. That means if our server goes down and comes back online, we want the software to still be up and running. So just put the same command, but the start remove that and put what? Enable, right? Let's put enable fail to ban. Excellent. So we've enabled the software fail to ban. So next, we want to now check for the status of the software to see if it is now up and running. So I'll just clear my screen and I'll put sudo system ctl status of fail to ban. So just put fail to ban. Hit enter, and our software is what? Running and active. Okay, it's active. That's very good. So the software is active, but it's now left with some configurations that we have to do on this software. If not, it will not take effect. All right, so we want to go and specify some parameters. So control C, right? Just put control C to get out of that, right? So control C. Now we're going to clear again. Next, we're going into a directory called the etc directory. So let's see where we are. So we print working directory where we are. We're here. So we want to go back and go back again. We want to go back. All right. Now we list, and this is our directory, right? etc directory. So what we do is we navigate into the etc directory. So we just go into the etc directory, go inside, and inside this etc directory there is a file called fail to ban. So let's see if we will see it. All right, it's here, a folder called fail to ban, or directory. Let's go into that directory, fail to ban, and inside it we want to list the content that is inside. So right now these are the configuration files that are inside the software fail to ban. Okay, so next up, what we want to do is we're looking for a file called jail. Okay, this is where what we're going to configure. So jail.config. Now we're going to take a backup of this file and put it on a safe location, because we don't want to work with this file. In case we mess up, we'll have something to fall back on. So the way we do that is we want to make sure we copy. So we just type cp jail. All right, so we're going to copy that particular file. We'll copy this file and we put it in a location on a different file called jail.local, right? jail.local. So local. Now we are moving this to a new file called jail.local. Hit enter. Now permission denied, so we have to run a sudo command before. So I'll just put sudo, because we have to be a root user before. So just put sudo before you can now copy it. Now let's list, and we should have a new file called jail.local. Now this is the file we want to edit. All right, we don't want to edit the original file, we want to edit the jail.local. So I'll clear my screen once again, and from here what I want to do is let's list the content, and we're going to sudo nano. We're going to use the nano text editor, and we're going to edit the jail.local file. Hit enter, and here we are inside. Let me zoom out a little bit. All right, okay, I hope you can see. So now inside here we want to go to a part that says ssh jail. So let's continue scrolling. All right. So don't touch anything here. Now these are comments you can read to get better understanding. So we have ban time. Okay, these are, I guess, explanations. Ban time is the number of seconds that a host is banned. And if ban time is set to 10 minutes, that means that person will be banned for what? 10 minutes, right? So continue scrolling, and we want to get to a part that says SSH. So all right, so this is the part SSHD. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to make sure gets beneath this. All right, beneath the SSHD, beneath it, what we want to put there is want to put enable. So we enable SSHD. Right now it's not active, so we just want to enable. So we say enabled is equal to what? True. Now our port, remember we changed our port in our last video. Make sure you change your SSH port, your SSH login port here. If not, fail to ban will not take effect. Okay, so we leave it like that. Now we come down again. Now inside here we want to put ban time. Just type it exactly as you see it. So ban time is equal to, so how many minutes do you want to ban a user or a host? We can put 10 minutes, 10m. So that means after 10 minutes they can try logging in again. So for me, what I want to do is I want to put 1h. That means 1 hour is after 1 hour that he can get the chance or the opportunity to log in back into the what server. So I want to put 1 hour, but you can also put 30 minutes if you want. All right, to 30m. Now next up, how many trials do you want this user to? So the maximum trials before the ban. So maximum trial, maximum retry. So it's maximum retry. All right, maximum, that's max retry as you see it. Okay, if you type it wrong, the system will not work. So max retrial. So I want to be very strict with my SSH connection. So after 3 attempts, I want to ban this user for 30 minutes. All right, so next up, let's put what again? Maybe we put our find time as the same as what? 30 minutes or 20 minutes. So the way I explain find time is, all right, it's very simple. Now if you put 20 minutes there and a host attempts 3 times, 3 failed times, okay, or 3 failed attempts within these 30 minutes, then the IP will be banned. Okay, so this is the window, all right, the interval. If you put 5 minutes, okay, so let's say 5 minutes, so within 5-minute period, if the host tries 3 failed attempts, then it's going to be banned. So in order not to ban yourself, if you try the second time and you got it wrong as the owner of the server, then you have to wait so that after 6 or after 5 minutes, then you should go back and retry. If not, you ban yourself with this software fail to ban. I hope it's clear. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to hold down Ctrl S to save the changes and Ctrl X to go out. From there, we want to restart our software called fail to ban. So the way we do that is we put sudo systemctl, right? Systemctl restart, okay? So restart fail to ban. Fail to ban. And next we hit enter and our software is started. Okay, so now we're going to check our log files to see if people have tried to log in or not. So what we do is we just put cd and we go into the root, and inside here we list and we go into a directory called var. So we just change directory to the var directory, and from there we go inside another directory called log directory. Whilst we're here, we want to check our files to see. There are two most important files or log files we want to monitor: auth log and fail to ban log. So let's read these files by using the cat, and we're going to print out our auth log. We're going to specify that there and hit what? Enter. But we have to be a root user before, so I'll simply put root attach. Sorry, I said root. We simply put sudo attach and a lot, right? So a lot is going on here. Okay, so with the log files, the auth log file, this will show you the hosts that are trying to log into your server, all right? And it's also going to ban them for you. So invalid user, see, it'll give you every information you need about invalid user admin. Okay, so now see, invalid user admin from this IP address, port this, connection is closed. This is because bots are now trying to log into my server, all right, with some random ports and things. You see that? So they are guessing these ports to see if they can log in. So it's good to have this software up and running, because day in, day out, people try logging into or brute forcing to your server. Okay. Hey guys, we are done with the security aspect of our server. Now the remaining videos are not directly related to security, but they are very helpful if you are new to Linux and you still want to learn. They can continue watching these videos in order, guess, as I create them. So thank you for watching this aspect of the training, which is the security aspect. So next I'll be showing you how to connect to VNC in case you forget your password, or in case you have problem connecting to your server via SSH connection. So thank you for watching, hoping to catch you on that video. This video training will show you how to install a free control panel known as CyberPanel. This control panel is getting popular because it's free. This video is a part of my playlist. Go ahead and watch my other videos if you have not watched them. But today we'll be installing our control panel known as CyberPanel. Before you install your CyberPanel or your control panel, it's important to secure your Linux server first. If not, your CyberPanel will get hacked. I assume you've secured your Linux server and now it's safe to install your control panel. In that video, I also taught you how to log into your server for the first time. So I want to log into our server. Open your PuTTY or your your terminal, and I'm using Ubuntu. So I'm going to SSH and I'm going to enter my non-root user. Remember, in my security video I taught you how to create a non-root user. Stop using the root as a default user, otherwise your server will get hacked. Evildoers will try brute forcing your server. So in my security video, I taught you how to change your user to a custom user. All right, so I've entered my custom user at my IP. I bought a new server. Because of that, my IP is different from the one you saw in my security video. I'm using the default port 22, which looks something like this. Port 22. You can also ignore this, but if you're using a custom port, which I recommend you to do, and in the security video I taught you how to use a custom port, something like port 75, because people know the default port to be 22. So if you leave it as 22, so in order to strengthen the security of your server, it's good to use a custom port. So enter whichever custom port you have, but for me, I did not configure that in with this server, this new server. But in your case, you have to create a custom port for your server. That's why the video is there. Go ahead and watch that video first. So I'm going to leave it as this, and I'll log in to my server. Now it's asking me to enter a password, which is not a recommended way of connecting to a server. It's important you enable login via SSH keys. In that video, I also taught you how to enable or generate SSH keys. So we want to log in with SSH keys and not password. But with this new server, I do not enable login via SSH. So I'm logging in with my password. But in your case, you should log in with SSH keys without a password. So enter or hit enter, and I'm now logged in to my server. As you can see, my server is from Contabo. Now to install CyberPanel, go back to your browser and type CyberPanel installation command. Click on this first link. We're going to the official documentation. It's good to always visit that documentation to get the latest installation guide. Now that we are here, you have to read these requirements. So your server must be a fresh installation of Ubuntu 20.04, Ubuntu 22.04, Cloud Linux 7, Cloud Linux 8, Alma Linux 8, and Alma Linux 9. So these are the operating systems that are currently compatible with CyberPanel. Your server must also be of 1 gig RAM or higher, 10 gig disk space or above. Scroll down, and this is the installation part of CyberPanel. First, we have to connect to your server via SSH, which is what I taught you in my security video. We logged into our server for the first time. So right now I'm logged into my server, and that's what step 1 is telling us. Next, we have to update our system. So let's copy for Ubuntu users. Copy this one. Go back to your server. Let me just clear my screen. So go back to terminal. I'm going to paste this command. Hit enter. And let's enter our password, our root password for our server. I've entered my password. Hit enter and wait patiently because your server is updating. So when you order your server for the first time, it's important to update your server to get the latest packages. So I'll pause this video because it's going to take a while for our server to update. All right, so our update is complete. Next, let's visit the installation documentation. Scroll down and we are done with step 1 and step 2. We're going to copy this command. Okay, so just copy this command, and this is our installation script that we want to run in order to install CyberPanel. So go back and we're going to paste that command here and run. Now, most of the time, CyberPanel would want you to run to be a root user before. Hit enter and let's wait. And our installation has failed. This is because CyberPanel wants us to run as a root user, or they want us to switch to root. So let's go back and pick this command. Okay, so if for some reason you are not able to log in as root, you can use this command. So just use this command with your non-root user. All right, so I'm going to use that command, paste this command, and this will just switch you to a root. Hit enter. Wait patiently. Good. Now enter 1. So 1 will install CyberPanel. So enter 1. After you enter 1, hit enter. Now I want to install CyberPanel with Open Lightspeed and not Lightspeed Enterprise. Lightspeed Enterprise is a paid service. So enter 1. So enter 1 here. Enter. Now full installation. Hit enter. Okay. So enter will accept the default. Enter. Please type capital N or hit enter. So N no. So N means no. Do you want to set up remote MySQL? We don't want this. Okay. So no. Press enter key to continue with latest version. So enter. Do you want to install memcache? Yes. So enter. Enter again. Enter. So this watchdog. Okay. Memcache and then Redis. So just wait patiently for the installation to complete. Now this will take up to 20 to 30 minutes for CyberPanel to complete. All right. I'll pause this video and resume when it's done. All right, welcome back to our installation guide. Our installation is now complete. Scroll back to the top, and this is the time it took for your CyberPanel. This is the minutes CyberPanel took to complete. Now let's copy your login information. Go and paste it somewhere safe, because you'll be needing this to log in to CyberPanel as the admin. Right? Copy this URL, which you can also get it from here. So just copy it. We're going to open this URL. Open, and we should see CyberPanel login page. Now when you're logging in for the first time, because we don't have SSL certificate installed, just click on help me understand and click on proceed. So this is a normal thing, okay? And we are taken to CyberPanel's login page for the first time. Now we're going to enter our login details. So password is admin. Let's take, sorry, user is admin. Enter that here. Password is here. Paste that and click on login. And we are redirecting to our CyberPanel for the first time. We are logged in. Now let's go back to terminal, scroll down, and there's a notice here. Question: would you like to restart your server? It's important to restart your server. Okay, so let's say yes, small yes, and hit enter. Okay, but if you do not start it now, no problem, but make sure you restart it later. All right, so I'm going to restart my server and everything will disconnect, and then we have to connect back. Okay, in my next video I'll be showing you how to connect CyberPanel to Cloudflare, and that will enable us have a domain for our website instead of this IP address. From there we'll also be installing SSL for our site. Okay, so remember to watch those videos. Thank you for watching this episode. Hoping to see you in my next video. Welcome to this video training. In this training I'm going to show you how to connect your CyberPanel to Cloudflare. Cloudflare is going to serve as cable or a wire connecting your CyberPanel and your domain name. So Cloudflare is going to be a middleman holding your two services. So we'll click on sign up, but before that it's important to register your domain name. Choose whichever domain provider you want to use, but in my case I want to use Makio Host to buy their domains. I'll simply go to domain registration and I'm going to buy a domain name. So I'll put something like my tutorial speak.com or .net. Alright, your TLD, and click on continue. Congrats, your domain name is available. Click on add to cart, add DNS management. Okay, so add DNS management and click on continue. Scroll down, enter your details, accept their terms, and place an order. Okay, so once an order is placed, you'll be redirected to your dashboard. Okay, so after you place an order, all right, you'll be redirected to your dashboard just like this. Go to domains, my domain, and your domain name is right here. Okay, so first you must have a domain name online before you can connect to Cloudflare. Cloudflare is also a free service, so after you buy your domain, make sure you go to Cloudflare. So I'll take you to Cloudflare. Sign up an account. You can start for free. Okay, and then you pick this free plan. Okay, so just choose this free plan, add a website. You can sign up with Gmail, Apple, or your normal email. I have account with them already, so let's click on login. I'll enter my email and password. After that, I'll just click on login. Okay, All right, so I've logged into Cloudflare. Now let's add our domain name. Just click on add a domain, enter your domain name, leave these settings as they are, and click on continue. Wait patiently, scroll down and pick this free plan and click on continue. Pending name service update. So scroll down and copy this name service. So just copy it. Go back to your domain registrar, click on name service. We'll update this name service to Cloudflare's name service. Okay. Remove the first name server. Go back. Copy your second name server. Paste it here and update name service. Now you see this message, go back and you can see register takes up to 24 hours to process name service. So just leave it as it is. You can reload this page or check name server now. So just click on check name server now. Cloudflare is now checking the name service for this. Please wait a few hours for an update. So continue refreshing this page. Okay, so I waited for like 4 minutes and my name server is updated. Okay, good news, Cloudflare is now protecting your site. You can go to DNS records, scroll down, and these are your Cloudflare name service that will get updated on our registrar. Next, we want to add a record to our domain. So just click on add record, scroll down and put server. So just put server 1, and this is going to serve as our host name. So our CyberPanel will be using this host name, and this is what will be given to clients to log into their CyberPanel if you want to set this up for clients or multiple clients. Now enter your IP, so just click and then paste your IP. I already have my IP here, and this proxy, disable it. We want to use DNS only. Scroll down and click on save. All right, so we've added our DNS. Okay, let's add other records, something like your name service. So we want to create our own name service. Let's click on add record, and this time put ns1. So you see ns1 dot your domain name, and go to point it to our IP, disable proxy, scroll down and click on save. Our next record, click and put ns2 dot your domain name pointing to your IP, disable proxy, scroll down and save. Next, we're going to copy our domain. Okay, or just click on add record, and this time put at. Okay, so at, which is the same as your domain, and want to point that domain to your IP again. Disable proxy and click on save. Finally, we're going to add the www version. So just click and type www version, and we point that to our IP. Disable proxy, and we save. Now that we have our basic DNS records up and running, we are now going to connect our domain, our host name, to our CyberPanel, which looks something like this: server1 dot our domain name, okay, which looks something like this. So we're now going to connect this to our CyberPanel. So go back to your CyberPanel, and you can see we are using IP. We don't want that. We want to connect or change that to our host name, server1 dot our domain name. Okay. CyberPanel has this get started wizard that will enable us enable host name. Some of the features we use to enable host name, or we use to change our host name, have been deprecated. That means they are no longer effective. So we are going to be using their getting started wizard. And before we can go through this, we need to set up what we call reverse DNS. So in my next video, I'll be showing you how to set up reverse DNS, and from there we'll then set up our host name with the help of CyberPanel starter wizard. So thank you for watching this training. Hoping to see you in my next video, where I'll be showing you how to set up reverse DNS. Welcome to my CyberPanel video training series. Today I'm going to show you how you can set up reverse DNS. We'll be doing that using Contabo. If you have your VPS with other VPS providers, you can also check videos online on how to do this. But in this video, I'm going to show you how to set reverse DNS on Contabo. Now, what I'll be showing you in this video is similar to other VPS providers. Okay, the steps are the same. So when you log into your provider, whichever provider you use as your VPS, there should be a place called reverse DNS management. Okay, so we want to click on reverse DNS management. In our case, we are using Contabo. If you don't have account with Contabo, you can check the description of this video, and things will be very easy for you. All right, so what we're going to do is we want to make sure we go to Cloudflare, all right, and we're going to set up an A record in Cloudflare. All right, if you don't know how to do that, just click on create account and click on add record, and here click on it and put something like server1, okay, or enter your host name. So it's going to look like this, and then you point it to your IP address. Okay, so first, that's the most important thing you have to do. Make sure you create a host name, because we'll be using this host name we're going to replace this host name. Okay, so with reverse DNS, it maps an IP to a host name. Okay, let me show you quickly how to do that. So first, make sure you select the type as A, enter your name. So whichever subdomain you want to use, just enter that here, maybe server2, and then you enter your IP address here. Make sure you disable proxy, scroll down a bit and click on save. Now this subdomain is the one we'll be using in our Contabo's dashboard. So click on this edit, and we're going to remove this and point that to our A record. So to update that, just click on this edit, remove this default host name. So remove it and put your host name, the one you get set inside Cloudflare. So in our case, the one we set was server2 dot your domain.com or dot whichever extension, and click on save. I only showed you how to do it, but I already did that with server 1. All right, so I'm going to use this server 1 because when I take you back to Cloudflare, scroll down, you see that I have server 1, which I set up earlier before this recording, right? And that's the one we're also going to be using to configure our CyberPanel. And I did that in my other videos. So now go back, and then all you have to do is just click on save changes, and that has been updated. Next, if you want to change this IP6, right, we have this IP4. If you want to change this IP6, then you have to also point this domain name to this address. How do we do that? We can also do that by going to Cloudflare, add new record, enter your host name, which is server 1 in my case. So you see it's here, and that's the same thing I have on my Contabo, which is here. Just copy your IP version 6 and go back, change this A record to the 4 A's, and that's IPv6, which is here. We're going to point that address here. Let's off proxy status, scroll down, and just click on save changes, and we are done with reverse DNS. Okay, so wait for it, and we're done. To verify if this was successful, open your terminal and type ns lookup and put your IP, hit enter, and you should see your subdomain or your host name here, which is successful. It means it's successful. Log into your server again and type host name. All right, host name. Now this thing can take a while to update to this. All right, so just give it a while and it should update itself. All right, so thank you for watching. Hoping to see you in my next video, where we'll be updating our CyberPanel's host name to this domain and not our IP. Right, welcome to my CyberPanel video training series. Today I'll be showing you how you can change this IP to a custom domain, also known as a host name, which is the topic we'll be covering for today. In our last video, we set up a reverse DNS, and that will enable us achieve this host name configuration. If you have not watched my previous videos, go ahead and check them out. That's enough. Let's now go back and update our host name. CyberPanel has this getting started wizard. Just click on get up wizard or set up wizard, and we're going to enter our host name here, and I'll enter my host name. Remember, this host name, we set it inside Cloudflare. If you have not watched my Cloudflare connection video, go ahead and watch that video. In that video, I demonstrated step by step how to create A records or host name for your CyberPanel. So watch that before watching this video. It's important. So now we've entered our host name. Scroll down and do not skip. Okay, do not skip it, and click on start configuration. All right, so this task is successfully completed. Before you can achieve this, you have to first of all set what we call reverse DNS, and that's what I explained in my video 6. Watch that before watching this. So it's important you watch these videos in order. If not, you have hard time setting up CyberPanel. All right. So now that we've successfully passed this stage, we are now going to click on restart CyberPanel, and it's going to take 3 seconds to restart, and a new SSL will be fetched. So just wait patiently. You can also click here to restart CyberPanel. All right. So I'm going to do that right now. I'll just click on refresh and wait patiently. All right. So now let's open our site with this URL. So all we need to do is you just copy it and open it in a new tab like this. Hit enter. Wait patiently. And right now you can see you are not using an SSL and then a host name and not that IP address. Okay. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to add column 1890 because that's the custom port for CyberPanel. And now we're using this host name, right? So thank you for watching this video. In my next video, I'm going to show you how you can enable SSL in case your SSL has issues. But after going through this step, what I guess should you, SSL should install itself. All right. So thank you for watching. Hoping to catch you in my next video. Hello, welcome to my CyberPanel video training series. Today I'm going to show you how you can enable SSL connection or HTTPS connection. Even if you don't have problems with your SSL, it's still important to watch this video because you might face this issue later with your CyberPanel. All right, so we're going to redirect HTTP to HTTPS, and we're going to force CyberPanel to redirect us to the secured version of our website. For this, let's log in to our CyberPanel. And remember, in my last video I showed you how to add host name, and that's what we have here. Instead of this logging in with this IP, we now have a host name which is more secure. So now we're going to enter our details and login. So now the way we force SSL is we want to create a website for our host name. It's server1.mytutorials.xyz. This is not going to be a real website. We're not going to host anything there. We want to just create a website, and that will help us get some options to redirect the HTTP connection to HTTPS. So the way we do that is go to websites, and we're going to create websites. But first, let's see if we have other websites. And this is a new installation of CyberPanel. We don't have anything there. So I'll just click on create website. From there, I'll pick a plan. So pick the default plan, owner, admin, scroll down, enter your host name, which is this one. So I'll just copy it from here to here. All right, copy it, paste it here, remove the HTTPS, enter an email you have access to. All right, this is not a real website. You can even enter any random email there, but it's important to have access to that email in case. So just enter your email. I've entered my demo email. Click and pick a PHP version. I'll go with the latest. From there, click on create mail domain if only you want, but I don't need it for now. So just click on create website and wait for website to create. All right, so now we have problem here. There are some characters that are not allowed. The data supplied is not accepted. The following characters are not allowed. So let's go back and check. Oh, that's it. We remove it and proceed again. Setting up SSL. And success, our website is successfully created. So now what we want to do is we want to click on list websites. From here we'll click on manage. You see there's an issue SSL here, so just click on manage. And success, our website is successfully created. So now what we want to do is we want to click on list websites. From here we'll click on manage. You see there's an issue SSL here, so just click on manage. Okay, so after clicking on that manage, you now have a lot of options. See, your SSL will expire in 89 days. Free SSLs expire in every 3 months. That's 90 days. Scroll down, continue scrolling, add SSL, but that's not the option we want. What we want to do is click on, let me check. Okay, so click on rewrite rules. Click here and we're going to force HTTP to HTTPS. Scroll down a bit and click on save rewrite rules and wait patiently and configuration save, and that's all. Now your website is going to redirect itself from HTTP to HTTPS, and that is enough. And that is all for this video. In my next video I'll be showing you how to do other advanced security and setup for CyberPanel. Welcome to my CyberPanel security video. You've successfully installed your CyberPanel. Next, we're going to secure our CyberPanel. There are some basic security settings we have to do, or configurations we have to do on our CyberPanel in order to strengthen the security of our panel. For this, we're going to log into our CyberPanel and continue from there. So enter my details, also enter your login details. Make sure you're on your CyberPanel login page or login URL. All right. So I'm going to log in and we are on CyberPanel. First, the very first thing we have to do is to modify the default user that came with CyberPanel. All right. So just click on users and click on modify user. From there, click on this drop down and click on admin. Scroll down and we want to remove this default first name and last name. So I'll remove it and put my name. Remove this and put your name. All right. Want to also remove this email and put a legitimate email. All right. So just put your valid email there. For demo purposes, I'll just put this email, but you have to put a legit email. Scroll down and generate password for this user. Now take note, this is the password you'll be using to log in as an admin from this moment moving forward. So copy this somewhere and paste it somewhere, because we'll be logging in with this password. Okay, you can generate new password by clicking on generate and pick the one you like. So I'm going to choose this and I'm going to save it somewhere. After that, I'll click on use. From there, if you want to enable two-factor authentication, it's important you install what we call Google Authenticator. Okay, it's an app, Google Authenticator. And after that, when you click here, this is going to you see a QR code, scan it, okay, in order to enable two-factor. All right, I'll create a video on this same channel showing you how to enable two-factor authentication for a user in CyberPanel. So if you need that feature, just click on it, scan it with your two-factor or your two-factor app. Google Authenticator is a good one. Now leave it as high and then click on modify. An account with username admin is successfully modified. The reason we want to enable two-factor authentication is admin is going to be our default user. Right now we can't change that, okay? So admin is your default user. So having two-factor authentication on your login page for CyberPanel is very crucial, all right? And this will help strengthen the security for your panel. After modifying that user and generating a new password for this user, and we generated the new password because CyberPanel will automatically give us a password. It's important we modify that, so we just change the password. Let's now log out and try logging in with the new password we just created. So I'll click here, enter my username, and I also enter my password, the one that I just generated, which is this one, okay? And I'll put that there and click on sign in, and we should be able to log in successfully. Now this confirms that the password that we just generated, the new password, is working fine, so we can move forward with the other security measures. So once this is done, we are now going to secure our SSH port or SSH portal. All right, we log into our server via SSH. Now if you have watched my security video, then that part of the security configuration is not all that necessary again, because you already did that. So let's go to security, scroll down and click on secure SSH. And because this server I did not secure, I did not change the default SSH, that's why you are seeing that 22. So if I put this, I'm still using the default 22, all right? But I assume you've changed that default 22 to something else. If you have not done that, then it's important you watch this video, okay, this part of the training, because we want to change the default SSH port for our connection. Also, if you've watched that my security video I recommended you to watch, then this part you don't need to do anything at all, okay? You don't need to do anything at all. But if you have not watched that video, then make sure you click here to disable root login. It's important you disable root login. We don't want to log in with a root user, so just click on that, and the system itself will disable root login, and just click on save. And right now, no user can log into your server with a default root as a username. So we're going to change the port 22 if yours is still showing 22. The way we do that inside CyberPanel is, we want to scroll down to where we see security and click on firewall. We want to add a new port, or we want to open a new port. So we're going to click here and type SSH or custom SSH. Click here and pick TCP. Copy this, paste it here. The port, want to open a new port, the new port you want to use as the default SSH. So I'm going to give it 75 and click on add. We have allowed port 75, scroll down and you should see it here, which is a new port we just opened. Now this port, we want to go and enable it inside SSH. So click on secure SSH, and here we want to remove it and put that 75 there. Scroll down and click on save. So right now we've closed port 22. Okay, so 22 is no longer a port for our connection. What we'll do is, let's try that. So I'll try connecting back with port 22, and you see, connecting to this host via port 22 does not exist. Okay, it will not work. But let's try connecting with the 75. Enter. Now, in case you come across this error while logging in, this is normal. I reinstalled my operating system, my Linux, my Ubuntu server, okay, my Ubuntu's operating system, and the keys or the fingerprint that were inside that server has been wiped off. So my PC, the keys on my PC are now different from the keys on my server. That's why there's this error. So I have a video on my channel that address this issue, which is this one. Okay, but if you want to solve that right now, in case you have that issue, then just put SSH dash keygen, all right, keygen, which is key generation, capital R, okay, and then we want to put our IP address, which is this one. So we're going to assign new keys, new fingerprints, not keys. So assign our new fingerprint, hit enter, and that's it. Okay, that's all there is to it. Just clear, sorry, capitals, just clear. And now we're going to connect once again to our server. All right, so let's log into our server with our new port. Assign new keys added. Now let's enter our password for our server. And we are successfully logged in to our server. Let's disconnect, clear, and try logging into our server with port 22. And this connection is not possible with port 22. Okay, let's now go back, and we are done with the SSH part. We've disabled root login. If we try logging in to our server with root, it's not going to be possible. Okay, next, what we're going to do is we want to enable mod security. So scroll down on CyberPanel, click on mod security config. Because I changed my network provider, my IP has changed. So when you see this error, don't worry, just reload the page or try relogging into CyberPanel. It's normal, you see that occasional. So I'll log in with my admin and password and click on sign in. Now let's go to mod sec or mod security. So go to security and go to mod security config. Mod security is not enabled. Let's click on install now. Wait patiently for mod sec to be installed. Mod sec is installed. The page will refresh in 3 seconds. Make sure everything, just leave it as they are. Okay, scroll down and go to mod sec rules. Do not touch anything here, just leave it as they are and go to mod sec rules pack. enable this. And let's leave it as it is. Okay, but you can click on configure, scroll, and we want everything to be as they are. Okay, I'm only showing you where to find that. So just enable it and leave it. Okay, go to CSF, install CSF, reload this page, and CFS also has its own firewall that you can use, and this is our 75 that we just added. So test mode, we want to off test mode, and right now we've disabled test mode. Now CSF is protecting your server. Now if you want to use the CFS firewall, you can enable it. Enabling this means UFW will be disabled, which stands for uncomplicated firewall, which is a default firewall we have on our server. So if you want to use the firewall that comes with CSF, enabling this will disable your UFW firewall. That's your uncomplicated or your default firewall. We've successfully enabled firewall on CSF. Now let's go to our server and check our UFW to see if UFW is protecting our server. That's our uncomplicated firewall. So we'll log into our server. Okay, so when we tried logging in, it's not working. This is because with our CSW, port 75 is no longer available after the activation of firewall. So we want to make sure we add port 75 to this list. So let's put 75. I'll come here and add 75. Okay. Right, so let's add 75 here. Port 75. We save changes. And I will save changes here too. So right now we have port 75 here and here. Let's go back to login. Try logging in again. And this time it should be successful because we've now added port 75. And you see that? Now let's enter our password for our server. Let's try that once again. Let me cancel and we log in. Let me grab my password, enter my password, and we should log in successfully now. Okay, good. So we've enabled firewall on CSW. If you want to disable CSW, you can click here to disable it, but I will not recommend you to disable it. So there are two options. You can use the default firewall with your server or on your server. You can also use the CSW, which comes with CyberPanel. All right. So let's go to our server now and check the status of UFW. So sudo systemctl status of UFW. We enter our password. And see right now UFW is now disabled. This is because we're using another firewall called inside CSF. So if we disable this firewall right now and check the status of UFW, right? It's still off. So we have to now enable this firewall for it to protect our server. And now, because we have CSF enabled, if we come down here and go to firewall, the default firewall for our CyberPanel is now CSF. Firewall status is disabled, so let's click on start to enable firewall back. Wait patiently. Because our firewall is restarting. You can reload this page, and firewall status is enabled and running. You can see more data on this page. Now, if you want to allow or deny certain or block certain ports, IPs on your server from accessing your server, you can simply allow that by putting that IP here and click on quick allow. Okay. You can also block it by entering the IP you want to block here by clicking on quick deny. For most part, you want to leave everything as they are, right? Let's go back to our CSF. So go to security and CFS. Click on CSF, and with this option you can allow an IP here. You can also block an IP here, just like you do on the other interface I just showed you. So any IP you want to allow, just put here and allow. Click on LFD, and this is still coming soon. Just ignore it. So right now we're using this and that. So what I want you to take away from this video is you modifying the user, the default user. So go to modify and modify that user. If not, your account will get hacked because it's using the default CyberPanel's data. So we want to change that, and that's what we just did. We've changed that. Next, we've changed our SSH port, and we allowed that port inside. We did that inside secure SSH, and then we changed that. I also asked you to disable permit root login, and we did that. Okay. One final thing we are yet to do is Immunify 360. This is a paid solution or software. So let's go to the AV. Click on install, and this is used to scan server for virus. So just wait patiently. Now we are done installing it. Immunify AV not working. If for some reason it's not working, you can reinstall it using the commands below. So let's try accessing it to see if it's working. And if it's working, then there's no need taking further action. Let's enter our username and password. And these are the same details for your server. So enter my username. So don't confuse the details here. This is just your server's login username and password. So remember, this is the root user I created. So I'll just take that one and we'll paste it here. And the password is my server's password. So I'll enter that here and log in. Enter and log in. And right now, there's nothing found. So this will continue detecting viruses, malware detected by Immunify AV. Let's log out, and that's it. Go back to this page and reload it. Okay, it's working fine. You can click here to access it. Now, when it comes to security, it's an endless topic. Because of this, occasionally you have to update your server by running sudo apt update and sudo apt upgrade. You have to also keep an eye on CyberPanel's forum or community for the latest details or latest news. So you just go to community and explore what is going on. It's important to follow their news and know what's going on. If not, you'll be left out on certain security patches. Also, make sure you continuously update your CyberPanel itself, not the server, but the CyberPanel software itself. So I'll create a video showing you how to update your CyberPanel itself. Keep an eye on the channel. So we'll be updating the CyberPanel itself, and we'll also be updating our server itself. Other people recommend or suggest that you change this port, this default 8090 port, but I don't think that is all that necessary. It's not necessary, because after following all these security measures, having only this port allowed is not a big deal at all. Okay, so the most important thing is your SSH connection. Make sure it is you're using a default port, a different or custom port, and all those ports that you don't want or you don't need, you close them. Okay, all those ports that you think you don't need, you close them, and that's all there is to it. So I'll take you to CSF. From there, scroll down, and any port you think you don't need, you close it. So something like this 22 is no longer needed because already we've changed that 22 port, which was our default port. So we've changed it to 75. So it's not necessary we leaving it or we leave it open. We close that. So any port you think you don't need, you close it. But some ports are very important for your website to work. Something like port 80, which is HTTP, you don't have to close it. Something like 443, which is HTTPS, you don't need to close it, because if you close it, your website will never have a secured connection. It cannot even connect open. All right, so make sure you research on these ports, and those ports that you don't need, make sure you close them. All right, you only open it when you need it. It's as simple as that. And then we'll just save, and we save this one too. We've closed that port 22. Now 21 is an FTP, file transfer protocol. If you don't want to use a file transfer protocol application, or you don't want to allow file transfer protocol function on your CyberPanel, you close it. But it's not, do not close it, because let's say you want to run this as a shared hosting environment and you want to create accounts for users, then you definitely want to allow that option, because people will be trying to transfer files in and out of your panel. So do not close 21. You can search on YouTube or Google about these ports, what they do. All right, and only allow those that are necessary. Now in my next video, I'll be showing you how to host your very first website on CyberPanel, hopefully WordPress website. Do not miss that video. So try to join the community by subscribing to the channel. Thank you very much for watching. Hoping to catch you in my next video. This video training will show you how to install WordPress website on your CyberPanel. This is our first website we will be deploying on our panel. If you have not watched my CyberPanel videos, go and check my playlist. That's enough. So I assume you've installed your CyberPanel and you're now looking to install your first WordPress website on your panel. How do we do this? Very simple. Make sure you log into your panel. I've logged in successfully to my panel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a website. So to your left on this panel, scroll down and you see websites. Just click on it and click on create website. We're going to select a package. Let's go with the default package. You can also create packages inside CyberPanel. I'll create a video on this channel showing you how to create packages. Let's say you want to run this as a shared hosting environment. It's important to create packages to give to your users. Or you want to have different plans or different specifications for your different websites. It's important to create or assign them to packages. For this example, we're going to select our default plan and let's select our owner. I assume you are creating this website for yourself, so I'll click on admin as the default user. Let's enter our domain name, the domain name for your website. Now at this point, if you don't have a domain name for your site, I'm going to show you how to order domain name right now from Makigo Host. I'll simply hover on domain names, go to check domains, and I'm going to enter my domain name here. This is the domain I want to register. Pick my TLD, click on continue, and this domain name is available. If you want to order this domain name for 1 year, just leave it as it is and click on add to cart. Now these are extra add-ons you might want to add to your domain or to your order. ID protection. This is going to protect your identity on the internet. DNS management. It will give you this will give you access to more options to manage your domain name, so you can add that. Now click on continue. Scroll down, fill in your details, accept their terms and place order. Makigo Host will send you an email asking you to make payment. Once payment is made, you'll be redirected to your dashboard. So let me log in quickly to my dashboard by clicking on login, because I already have account with Makigo Host. After placing an order, hover on domains and click on it. Click on my domains. Click on your domain name, the domain you ordered. And here we have options to manage our domains. So now, just copy your domain name. And let's go back to the other page. Later we'll come back to this page and update our name servers. So I'll take you back to CyberPanel and we're going to enter our domain name or paste our domain name here. We've entered our domain name. Let's enter our email. After entering your email, select a PHP version. I want to go with the latest. Scroll down, click on this and then click on create website. Wait patiently for your website to be created. Now it's setting up SSL for your site. Wait patiently. After your website is successfully created and you see this notice, scroll down and click on list websites. Now your website has been added here. You can manage your website by clicking on manage. And this is like cPanel. There's file manager for you to upload your website files. And there's also application installer. This is like software close apps installer in cPanel. We'll be installing WordPress with Lightspeed Cache plugin. to make our website or our WordPress website load faster. But before I do that, let's go back and we're going to create what we call DNS. And this is what our website is going to connect to. So click on create name service. We're going to enter our name service here. Now, name servers are nothing but what we connect to our website. Before other people can use your hosting environment, or before you can host multiple websites, it's important to create your own name service. The way we do that is, we want to pick your domain name, right? So just pick your domain, paste it here, click here and enter ns1 dot your domain. Come here and put ns2 dot your domain. We're going to enter our IP address here, which you can find on top here. So we copy this IP, come down, and we're going to point this ns1 dot your domain name to this IP. So we point it to this IP, and then we also point ns2 to this IP. Click on create name service, and now the following name servers are created. After you successfully create your name service, it's important to go to your domains registrar, wherever your domain name is. If it's Namecheap, go to Namecheap and update your name service to the following name service. In our case, we have our name service, our domain name on Makiko host. So I'm going to copy this and I'll go back and I'm going to click on name service, and I want to update my name service to the following name service. Let's delete all this and click on update name service. We've successfully updated our name service. Later we'll come back to this page and remove this name service and use Cloudflare's name service, because Cloudflare tend to perform better than our own CyberPanel name service. Okay, Cloudflare will also be used as a proxy, a middleman protecting your website. So for this, let's go back, and what we're going to do is click on configure default name service, and we're going to copy our name service here, and we're going to update our default name service here and here. All right, scroll down and click on save. So we've successfully updated our default name service on CyberPanel. Next, what we want to do is let's go to websites. Sorry, not WordPress, but website. This is a paid feature. But if you want to install WordPress for free on CyberPanel, follow my steps. So go to list websites, pick the website or the domain name you want to install WordPress on. In my case, is this domain. So I'll click on manage, scroll down, go to WordPress, click on WordPress, enter your website name. So test WordPress, your login user. So give your username solo 2025, login password. I'll use the same thing. Email, a demo email. I'll enter that. Path, where do you want to install your WordPress site? Just leave it as it is, and it will be installed on your primary domain and not a subdomain. So it's going to be installed on this domain. Scroll down and click on install. Wait patiently for WordPress to be installed on your domain. It's installing a plugin called Lightspeed Cache, and we are done. Now you can visit your website. Let's visit our site. Okay, so we'll go back and I'll just copy it. Copy, click here to open it, and WordPress is successfully installed. So let's go to our admins area, WP admin, hit enter, solo 2025, and then you enter the same as password, click on login, and we are now logged in to our dashboard of WordPress, and you see this Lightspeed Cache plugin I told you about. Okay, next what we want to do is let's check our DNS. Okay, so let's just check our DNS. You see, let's check our DNS, and you can see our domain name is pointing to our IP. Let's go to name service, click here, and right now you're seeing Cloudflare's name service. This is because earlier, before this recording, I connected it to Cloudflare, and that's why you're still seeing this. But give it some time. Okay, just give it some time and it should change to your own name service. All right, but for faster connection and for security, for more security, what we're going to do is we're going to connect it to Cloudflare, and that will help our website load even faster and perform better. So for this, what we're going to do is we're going to here and make sure you create account with Cloudflare. Okay, after that, add a domain. We're going to add our domain. Scroll down and click on continue. Scroll down again and pick this free plan and click on continue. On this page, just scroll down and you see this name servers. Copy your first name server, go to your Maquio dashboard and update your first name server to Cloudflare's name server. Copy your second name server, go back to your domains registrar and update that here, and click on update name servers. So we've removed our first name service and we're now replacing that with our new name service from Cloudflare. Now let's go back to Cloudflare and what we want to do is scroll down and click on check name service now. Give Cloudflare some time and Cloudflare will automatically activate itself. Now go to DNS management, scroll down and you should see all these things, and this data is coming from your CyberPanel. All right, this is coming from your CyberPanel. But in case you did not see this automatically added, please just click on add record and we're going to add an A record. Just leave it as it is. Click here and put at, which is your at stands for your domain. Okay, and we're going to point it to our what? Our IP, which is here already. All right, so just click on why save and then it will be added. Now keep reloading this page and the moment you see active, it means everything is up and running. Wait for it patiently, and there we go. Our domain is now active on Cloudflare. Next, we want to check our domain's name servers again to see if they are actually pointing to Cloudflare, but this can take up to 24 hours, so don't worry if you do not see it live instantly. So let's put our domain name and check its name servers. After putting it, go to name servers, click on name servers, and you should see Cloudflare's name servers updating themselves. Okay, next up, what we want to do is we want to make sure we have SSL certificates on our website. So I'll simply take you to the site, and right now we don't have SSL certificates. You can install a plugin called Really Simple SSL to have SSL installed, but the easiest way I think you should follow is going to Cloudflare. No, not Cloudflare, but CyberPanel. Scroll down, go to websites, list websites, manage, go to rewrite rules, scroll down, pick force HTTP to HTTPS, click on rewrite rules, save rewrite rules. Once that is done, go back to your domain name or your website and reload your page. Now, in case SSL certificates refuse to install or activate on your domain, these are some steps to take. So go to CyberPanel and go to SSL, manage SSL, click here, pick your domain and issue SSL again. Now, when you see this message, SSL issued for your domain name, go back and check to see if it's actually active. And still, if it's not active, there's yet some steps we have to take. Go to websites, list websites, manage, go down and go to file manager, public_HTML, and we're going to update this HT access. So let's click on it and then edit. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a line of code that will redirect us from HTTP to HTTPS. All right, so we have some code here that we want to modify. Just remove this. You see this? Remove it. And we're going to paste this code, and that code I'll have it in the description of this video. Okay, so this is the code. We'll paste it here, and we're going to remove this and put our website name there instead. So grab our website name on top here, and then we paste it here, but make sure that HTTPS is there. Okay, scroll down and click on save changes. Now go back and reload again. Now when you reload and still it refuses to give you the HTTPS version, now it's time for you to either change your browser or open a new private window. Okay, enter your domain name and hit enter, and it should now work for you. Okay, so this is because of caching purposes. Remember that WordPress plugin installed, that Lightspeed cache plugin, that's what is responsible for that. Okay, so it's for caching purposes. light speed cache plugin is for caching purposes, and because of that, it's giving us hard time when it comes to our SSL, which is here. You see that? So now our SSL is up and running. Let's check again, and that is it. Connection is secured. Meanwhile, on this page, when you reload, you get a not secured error. So this is because of caching purposes. You can also clear your cache to resolve this issue. Okay, so this is not actually an issue. SSL is installed, up and running. There's nothing wrong. WordPress is installed successfully. Okay, so guys, thank you very much for watching this training. Hoping to see you in my next video, where I'll be showing you how to install a PHP script on your CyberPanel. Thank you and take care. This video training will show you how you can install PHP script in CyberPanel. Let's log into our CyberPanel. We are logged in to CyberPanel. Let's create a website. Scroll down. Over on websites, click on create website. Click here and pick a package. In our case, we are choosing the default plan. I'll show you how to create packages in CyberPanel. Now, owner, click and pick your username. Right now, admin is the default user. Next, we're going to enter our domain name. If you don't have domain name for your site, go to Makio Host and buy one of their domains. Okay, after that, come back and enter that domain name here. So I'm going to enter that domain here. I've entered my domain. Enter your email, pick your PHP version. So I'll pick version 8.3 and click on create mail domain, and this is used for emails. Now click on create website and wait patiently for your website to be added in your dashboard. Let's wait patiently. Our website is successfully added in our dashboard. Scroll down and click on list websites. And you should see your website added with your version of PHP. Click on manage. Scroll down, and this is where we're going to upload our PHP script file with the help of this file manager. Okay, but before that, let's check our website to see if it's live. And you should see CyberPanel installed. You have successfully installed CyberPanel. Please remove this page. Okay, go to file manager. Public underscore HTML and delete this file. File deleted successfully. We are now going to upload our zipped file or our script. Click on upload. Choose file. Navigate to wherever you have your zip file. So this is my script file. I'll double click. And this is the folder we want to upload. So first, make sure you zip it. Okay, make sure you zip this. So I did that already. So let's go. I'll pick this zip and click on upload and wait patiently for this file to get uploaded onto your server. So I'll resume this video once the upload is complete. The upload is complete. You can see this mark. Let's close this pop-up. And we are brought to our file manager. Click on the file and click on extract. Extract. You cannot delete this file. Confirm. Let's open this file or this folder. Select all. Okay. So select all. And we're going to move it. So click on move. And inside this directory, make sure you remove this. And click on move. Click here to go up one level. Now go back to your website and reload this page. And you are brought to your installer. Scroll down and click on I agree, next step. PHP version 8.1 is required and our version of PHP is 8.3. Remember the PHP version we selected when we created the website from the beginning? So going back to adjust this PHP version back to 8.1. To change your PHP version, go back to your CyberPanel and click on CyberPanel logo. In case you are not on this page, just go to websites, list websites. And you see we have our PHP version as 8.3. We're going to click on manage. Scroll and click on change PHP. Click here and select your PHP or your required PHP version, which is 8.1, and click on change PHP version. Now PHP change, PHP version successfully changed for this domain. Now let's go back to our installer and recheck. And requirement check passed. Okay. So now click on next step. Scroll down and enter your database details. So for this, what we do is go to CyberPanel dashboard and we're going to create our database. Just scroll down a bit and click on databases. Create database. Let's select our website. Pick the website you added. We'll pick that and add a database name. So my database is db name and my user is db user. Scroll down and we're going to generate password for this user. Let me just use this as my password. Okay, so this is my password. I'll click on use and click on create database. Database successfully created. Let's now go here back to our installer and add our database details. So I'll click on database name, user, database password is the same as this. So I'll just paste that here. Database host, type localhost. Okay, localhost. Now your admin credentials, these are the details you'll be using to log into your dashboard as the website admin. So I'll click, and admin is my username and password going to be pass. Email, I'll enter my email here. So I'll enter a random email. So this is the email I want to use. It's a test email. Okay. Next up, just leave everything as they are. Click on install now. Your system is successfully installed. Scroll down and click on go to website and activate. Let's remove this. Now our script is successfully installed. Okay. Next, make sure you go back and delete the install folder. Right, a folder called install. We're going to delete it. So let's go to websites, list websites, click on manage. You are brought to a page like this. Scroll down and go to file manager. Click on file manager. Public underscore HTML. We're going to delete this folder, sorry. So I'll click and then I'll delete it. Right. It's important you delete that folder. If not by accident, any person that goes to your website /install will end up installing your script for the second time, and that will spoil your website. Okay, so it's important you delete it. That's why we deleted it. So now any person that goes there will land on an error. You see that? So let's remove that. Hit enter. And this is our website. So thank you for watching this video. Hoping to see you in my next video. Take care. Welcome back to another video. Today I'm going to show you how you can upgrade your CyberPanel. Let's go to version management in CyberPanel. And here you should see a red notice telling you to upgrade your CyberPanel. Right now I don't have that notice, but I want to just show you quickly how to upgrade that. The moment you see that red notice telling you to upgrade your CyberPanel, go to Google and type CyberPanel upgrade and click on this first link. Okay, click on it, and this is a documentation from CyberPanel on how to upgrade your panel. And this is an upgrade script from CyberPanel. Make sure you open your terminal and log in with your root user. If you are not using the default root, then go back and copy this script or link and go back, paste it here. After that, hit enter. Okay, but if you are using the default root, okay, so something like, let me switch user to the default root. I enter my password for my server. Enter my password. So right now, see the difference. This is a root user. All right, so if you're logged in as root like this, then you have to run the first command, which is this. All right, is this. But if you don't have that, but you are logged in as a non-root user, then you have to run the first command I put. Okay, so let me hit enter and wait patiently. And by default, you see the script is running without you doing anything. Okay, so you can either hit enter to pick the default or to go with the default version, latest version, or you wait patiently for it to pick the latest version. So I'll wait patiently for this upgrade to complete, and after that I'll resume the video. Now, during this upgrade process, most of your clients' websites are they'll go down and come back online. Okay, but it's not going to take long. Okay, it's not going to keep long. So let me type one of them. So this is the site that we are hosting on CyberPanel. So right now the upgrade is in progress, and still we're able to load this website. Now continue loading it, and at some point your website will refuse to load because some applications will stop or pause and resume because of the upgrade, right? So most of your users are going to experience less than 1 minute downtime during this process. This can take up to 20 minutes. Okay. All right, CyberPanel upgraded successfully. Now I monitored my website. This one, the one I hosted on CyberPanel. And during the upgrade, this website did not go offline. So there was no downtime recorded. Now, when you go back to your version manager or management area and reload, that red notice should go or should vanish. Okay, CyberPanel is asking us to log in again, all right, to access our dashboard. Log in. Version management, and that red should vanish. Thank you for watching. Hoping to see you in my next video. Take care. Bye bye. Today I want to show you how you can install PHP extensions in CyberPanel. So let's say you are installing an application that needs a certain extension enabled. How do you enable that or install that in CyberPanel? I'll be addressing that in this short video. So make sure you log into your CyberPanel's dashboard. Scroll down, okay, on this panel, click on PHP and click on install extensions. Now choose the version of PHP you want to install these extensions. You know, every PHP version comes with its extensions. So for this demonstration, I'll be using PHP version 8.1. I'll click on this drop down and then select my PHP version. Okay, so I'll click on version 8.1, and right now my extensions are installed. So let's assume they were not installed. Let me uninstall a certain PHP version, something like the curl. So I'll uninstall it and then reinstall it back. So right now this extension is removed. Now let me click here to go back. All right. Now, okay, so now let's go back. Let's pick the PHP version we want to install our extension. So we'll pick 8.1. And because the curl was uninstalled, now it's asking us to install it. You see, not installed. So this way you're going to see a list of PHP versions that you can enable. So to install it, just click on install, wait patiently, and that version of PHP or that extension will be installed. So wait patiently and PHP extension installed. So it's the matter of clicking on the extension you want to install, click on that install button to have the work done, okay, or to get the work done. Okay, so that's it. I just want to record this quick video showing you how to install PHP extension. In this quick video presentation, I'll be showing you how you can switch a PHP version in your CyberPanel. So if you're the admin, the owner of, or the root user, then this is where you do that. So let's log in, go to websites, list website, pick the website you want to switch its PHP version. All right, in this case, this website is on version 8.1. so click on manage, scroll down, and you should see change PHP version. Click on this and then switch it to the version you want and click on change PHP. So if you are the admin, you have that option to switch any website hosted on your control panel, on your CyberPanel. Okay, so now that we've switched the PHP version, now this website is now currently running on PHP version 8.2. But if you're not the admin but you're a regular user, okay, you bought your shared hosting from a different hosting provider and you want to switch your PHP version, it's almost the same. Okay, so just log in and you see these options. You see all these options with the option to change your PHP version. So just click on change PHP version and then switch. All right, but a root user will have the option to pick the website he or she wants to switch its version. But if you're a regular user, you don't have the option to pick the website you want. You only have the option to switch your version. All right, I hope that is clear. So thank you for watching this video training. Hoping to see you in my next CyberPanel training. Bye bye and take care. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can create a subdomain in CyberPanel. If you stick around till the end of the training, I'll also be showing you how you can install WordPress website on your subdomain, because this looks tricky. I assume you've added your primary domain already. If you have not done that, let me show you quickly how to do that. So let's go to websites, create website, pick a package, select an owner, enter your primary domain, okay, your main domain here, your email, select a PHP version, and then create a website. So before you can add a subdomain, you must have your primary domain. Okay, so without that, you can't create a subdomain. So I assume you've added that. Now let's create our subdomain. So go to the list websites area. So list websites, pick the domain you want to create a subdomain. So in this case, I want to create a subdomain for this website. I'll click on manage. On this page, scroll down and you should see add domains. So click on add domains. Click here and pick your domain type. So I want to create a subdomain. Now select the website or the domain, the primary domain name I asked you to add. So this. Now we're going to create a subdomain for it. So I'll just click and put my subdomain there. Okay, So if your subdomain is, maybe you want to create something like WordPress dot your primary domain.com, you can do that here. So for this demonstration, I want to use my as my subdomain. So it's my.coolwireless.net. Okay. So add that and leave this path as it is. Don't touch it. Scroll down and specify a PHP version for this domain, subdomain. So I'll pick PHP version. Okay, let me pick the latest version, 8.3, and click on create domain. So wait for CyberPanel to add this subdomain. Subdomain successfully created. Now let's see this domain. Okay, so let's view it. Go to list websites. Go to your primary domain. Okay, in this case, this is the one I want to navigate to. So I'll click on manage. Scroll down, and this is where you see each subdomain. So just click on list domains, and you see this is the subdomain we added. Now before this will work, we have to add an A record. So we have to point this subdomain to our IP, which is on top here. So the way we do that is you can use Cloudflare. All right. Now, if you don't know how to add your domain name to Cloudflare, I have a video in the description that will show you how to do that. So Cloudflare plus CyberPanel. So it's important you connect your domain name to CyberPanel. You can use any DNS manager you want, but I found Cloudflare very simple and easy to work with. So I'm going to now log into my Cloudflare and show you the next steps. I'm logged in successfully to Cloudflare. So the way you add your website to Cloudflare is, or the way you connect your domain name to Cloudflare is, if this is your first time, just click on add a domain. Enter your domain name here. Leave it as quick scan for DNS records. Scroll down and click on continue. Cloudflare is going to give you their DNS or their name service for you to connect them or add them to your domain registrar. That's why I asked you to watch that video. This will explain everything better. So once you have that added, just go back to website. Scroll down a bit and pick the domain that you just added. So I'll click on that. And you should see your domain name on top like this with this active. Now that that is added, click on DNS records. On this page, you can now add your A records. Now let's return to our CyberPanel. Now go to list domains and you should see this your subdomain. We're going to add, because we already added our domain name, our private domain in Cloudflare, the only thing we need here is our SAP. Okay, so just pick all the my, all right, and click on A record, leave it as A. Okay, click on add record and leave it as A. Now click here and put the mine. So you see, this is now your domain. So we're going to now point this to our IP version 4. So now let's go back to CyberPanel. Copy our IP, copy, go back, and we're going to paste that here. Let's disable proxy, scroll down, and we're going to click on save. Okay, wait patiently for your record to be added. Okay, our record is added successfully. Now when we go back to our domain, copy our domain and open it in a new tab, your domain should come live. Okay, so just click and you can give it up to 2 hours to propagate. Okay, let's check the DNS status of our domain. So we open DNS checker, paste our domain, our subdomain here, click on status, search, click on search, and you should see your IP here. All right, now let's go back to the browser, reload the page, and if you still didn't see this, then open it in a private window. All right, private window, check again, check. Let me switch my, let me connect a VPN. Okay, so VPN, check again, and you see CyberPanel is installed. So the problem is you know, DNS takes some time to propagate. That's why. So it's loading fine. Let's give it some few hours for it to work. Now come back to your CyberPanel dashboard. Navigate to the website, okay, the one we just added. Scroll down to File Manager, right? File Manager. Click on File Manager, and you should see your domain or your subdomain listed here. So let's say you want to install a PHP script on a subdomain. Then what you do is you open that sub directory and then upload the file here. Make sure you delete this, because this is responsible for what you're seeing here, right? So make sure you delete that and then upload. If you also want to install WordPress, just go back, scroll down and click on List Domains. Scroll down again and click on Launch. Scroll down to WordPress, click on it. Give your website a name, and you see we're installing on this subdomain. So test. Your username is solo, password is solo, email, enter that, solo@gmail.com. leave the path as empty because we are already installing it on our current path, and click on install. So wait patiently for your WordPress website to be installed on your subdomain. Downloading WordPress core files. WordPress is successfully created or installed. Now let's visit our subdomain to visit it. Okay, so we are logging with WP admin. So put /WP admin, and this is our WordPress login page. Now we put our username and password. Click on login, and this is our WordPress dashboard. So thank you very much for watching this training on how to create a subdomain on or in CyberPanel, and how to also install WordPress on our CyberPanel. Hope you like it. Hoping to see you in my next video. If you are not yet subscribed to the YouTube channel, consider subscribing. Like the video, and bye-bye. See you later. This video training will show you how you can host multiple users in your CyberPanel. We are done with our configuration aspect of the panel. Now it's time for us to host, or to see how we can host multiple users on our panel. Before you can turn this into a shared hosting environment, it's important you create packages in your CyberPanel. From there, we're going to learn how to create users, resellers, and regular users. From there, we're going to look at how you can create a custom access control list. So if you're excited to learn this, stay tuned, because we're heading to CyberPanel to create our packages. So here we are inside of our CyberPanel dashboard. Also log into your CyberPanel. What we want to do is we want to make sure we click on packages. You can also see that on the right hand side of your panel. So click on packages and then click on create packages. You can also click here to see your available packages. For this demonstration, we're going to create a new package. So I'll click on that. And we're going to give our package a name. So So what do you want to call this package? Let's say basic. So I'll click on it and call it basic. Now your package name is going to be like this, and this is what your users will see: admin_basic. It's going to take your username, default username, which is admin, and then add the package name to it. So what I will advise you to do at this point is create a second or a separate admin user and give that admin user a different admin name, because this is your default admin username and it's not good to expose that. So what we're going to do right now is we want to make sure we create a user. So click on users and we're going to click on create user. So we want to have two admins. So the second admin, we want to name that one maybe something like Alex. Okay, so just give it any name you want. Point is, we don't want to have the admin when we're creating our packages. Okay, so we're going to just create a second admin, and that's what we're doing. Now email. Now our email, we're giving it this a demo email. Okay, now access control list. Click on it. Now this user, what role do you want to give to the user? Admin. We want this user to be an admin. Now put 0 there. Okay, this is your administrator, so you want to give that user unlimited websites. Okay, so let's put 0. You can also enter the limits you want. If you want to limit this, no problem, you can do that. Now username, this is where you enter your Alex. Okay, and that will be used as the default username for this user to log in to CyberPanel. Okay, we'll give it the same Alex. Password, what I'll do is just click here, password, copy this password, just copy this password, go to notepad, and this user is a what? An administrator, so just put, okay, the username is, let's put the password first. So the password is this, and our username is Alex. All right, so he'll be logging in, and if you are doing this for yourself, that means you'll be logging in with as a second administrator. Now if you don't want to use this user, if you don't want to log in as this user, there's no problem, but I'm only showing you my experience with CyberPanel. So just follow that. Now let's go back. We have our username and password. Just click on create, okay, and then after that click on what? Create user, and wait patiently for this user. All right, so this account is created successfully. You can now log out of CyberPanel and log in with our other user, which is Alex. So we're going there to create our, let me log out, show you, to create our packages. We are logged out. Now I'll log in with my Alex and password. Click on login. Okay, and do any administrative role here. Now we're going to create our packages. So go back to packages, click on create package, and this time you see that we are now using Alex. So we want to have Alex underscore your plan name. It's basic. All right. So if you don't want to have problems, just follow that, please. Now, how many websites do you want to assign to this package? Maybe let's say only, okay, one website, because our basic plan, we want to limit that. Take space in megabyte. So for demo purposes, I'm going to put 1 gig, 1024 megabytes, and then the bandwidth, the same thing. Feel free to enter your specification. Now FTP accounts, maybe 5, databases 5, emails 5. Okay. 5. Make sure you allow this and you also enforce disk limits and click on create package. So this package is created. Next, yes, enter your other package, which is standard. So standard, and your package is going to be like, and this is what you're using. C dashboard. Don't want to use that admin. And this time, put 2, maybe 2 gig. So that's 248 or, and let's copy this, put that here. FTP maybe 10, emails 10. Click on create. Package 2 created successfully. Now go to create the number of packages you want. After that, just go to list packages, and now you have your packages here. You can edit these packages. You can also delete. Make sure you leave this default package. All right, just leave it as it is, but create your own custom packages and work with those ones. Hey guys, sorry, I noticed my microphone went off, so I was using my built-in microphone on my PC. Sorry, I apologize for that. Okay, I hope you can now hear me. So now that we are done creating our packages, it's then time for us to create our users. I'm going to demonstrate with 2 user levels. One is a reseller, and with this user, he or she can also create packages to give to his or her own clients. But with a regular user, this user can only host websites but cannot resell packages. All right, so let's head to our CyberPanel, and I'm going to create 2 users. I'll click on users, click on create user, and I'm going to give this user, I'm going to fill in this user's details. So the first user is going to be Jacob. We enter the email. This is a random email, gmail.com. Now access control list. I'll show you how to create custom access control list if you want. Okay, but CyberPanel did a great job with the access control list. All right, so this user is going to be a reseller. Let me check quickly. Jacob. All right, so this user is going to be a regular user. Let's give this user a regular user role. So regular user, and I'll be logging in with this user to show you what this user will see. All right, so now put 0 there, but later we'll be reassigning packages to this user. All right, so let's put 0 there for unlimited websites. Username, put Jacob, because put your username. Okay, don't put my username. So I'll put a username, password for this user. Put my password. You can also use a password generator to get a secure password for your user. Scroll down and click on create user, and this user is created successfully. Now this is a regular user because we picked this user, and a regular user can only host website and cannot do anything else. So now that we have that, let's create our reseller. So I'm going to create a reseller, and we'll be logging in with these users to this user's accounts to see the differences. All right, so copy that, Now let's change the, so let's put solo here, but this one is going to be a reseller, and the user is going to be maybe, okay, yes, it's solo, and the password is the same as the first one. So I'll paste that there, and all right, so we are done. Click on create, and this user too is created successfully. Now go to list users, and you should see two users there, Jacob and Solo. And there we have it, Jacob and Solo. One is a regular user, the other one is a reseller. Let's now log into our user accounts to see how the difference between those two accounts. So for this, I'll open this in a new incognito window. Let me lock this user out and then log in as, enter password for this user, Jacob. And remember, Jacob is a regular user. So we're now logged in as Jacob, and for Jacob can only, Jacob cannot see or cannot create packages. You see that it's not working. Jacob cannot create packages. Jacob can only modify his own profile and modify a user. Okay, but this is for he himself. All right, Jacob can only work with websites, list website, can only create subdomains, list subdomains, create databases. Jacob can do that. Jacob can manage DNS, okay, emails. Jacob can do that. FTP. So this is the basic, these are basic things a regular user or shared hosting account should have. So now that we have that out of the way, we're now going to create custom access control list. Now come here and click on modify access control list. And you see right now we can't modify these control lists. Okay. And that's why we have to create one. But before we do that, let's proceed to our second account, which is a reseller's account. So for this, let's log out and log in as Solo, because Solo is a reseller. So we're going to log in as Solo, password for Solo, and log in. And Solo can create websites. Solo can list websites. Solo can do a lot of things, can create packages. Solo can manage databases, DNS management. Solo can do that. Backups. Solo can take backups, restore backups. All right. So I think for resellers is okay. Let's see. Solo can create new user. Solo can create new user, can assign access control. And because this is a reseller's account, Solo can create users and assign normal regular users role to that user. Hope it makes sense. So right now the resellers access control list is okay. So we're going to create custom user or custom regular user level. So I'll log out and log in as an admin with Alex, and we enter Alex's password. And log in as Alex. So go to users and go to create new access list. Now put here regular user. So let's click and put regular underscore user. Okay, you can name it whatever name you want, but make sure. Okay, so with this, make sure don't make this user an admin. Don't give this user this role. User management. This is not a reseller, so we don't want to assign any of this to this user. We only want to give this user the ability to create a website or add website, modify, and we don't even want this user to be able to add suspend website. Scroll down, add for packages, just leave it in. Databases, make sure everything is as default. Now with DNS management, we want to pick create DNS zone, delete zone, add zone. So leave it as it is. Scroll down, and emails, everything should be ticked. Okay, FTP, just leave it as it is. Backup, the only thing we want to take is create backup and restore backup. So create backup with this Google Drive, leave it. Okay, you can also, okay, so leave it and pick this. So these are the only two things I want us to pick. You can also play with it. Okay, so these are the only three things I want you to pick. And with SSL, we want them to only manage SSL. This user is not an administrator. This user doesn't own this website or the server, so we don't want the user to work with our host name. So that is by accident. Do not pick it. So let's go over it one more time. Regular user, don't make this user an admin. This user cannot manage versions or cannot upgrade your server for you. We don't want this user to manage our users for us. Okay, create new users, list users, reseller centers, leave everything. This user is a regular user, and we don't want the user to create packages, suspend websites. He is not a reseller, so it doesn't make sense to suspend website. And what else? Databases, everything we need is change name service. This is for your main website and it's for administrators, so leave it. Email management, everything, leave it. FTP, leave it, and pick these three. Left onto me, I'll ask you to remove this. Okay, go down and click on create access control list. So now that we have that created, we want to log in as this regular user. Let's assign our new access control list to Jacob. Let's list users, and inside here we're going to edit Jacob, who is a regular user. So edit. Now we want to give this user a new access control, which is this one, and that's it. Okay, but what I would recommend you to do is I want you to stick with CyberPanel's access controls. So make sure you switch back to their default regular user ACL. To wait for it to update, and is successfully updated. Okay, so I want us to stick with the default access controls. Now that we have that out of the way, we want to now create a website for this user. So when your users sign up, when they sign up an account, they're going to specify their website name, okay, their domain names. So let me show you quickly how to add this website or how to host their websites. So let's go to create website, pick a package. Okay, I'm logged in as Alex. Okay, now pick a package for this user. So I'll pick Alex Basic. Owner, let me take you back here, and our regular user is Jacob. So the owner is Jacob. Now his domain name, so I assume his website's name is jacobsite.net. Email, enter his email here. I've entered his email. Now PHP version, I'll specify that. I'll pick the latest. Click on create mail domain and click on create. Now inside Jacob's account, okay, inside Jacob's account, he will see that website added where he can manage the website files and website resources. So let's go back. Let's wait patiently for this website to get added onto our clients or our regular users account. Alright, website successfully added. Let's now go back to Jacob's account. Remember, Jacob is a regular user and not a reseller. Alright, so now let's go back to his account. Let's go to websites, list websites, and you see Jacob can now manage his website. Jacob can create subdomain for his website by clicking on add domain. Click here and pick domain type, maybe sub. Click and pick his main domain name. Enter a subdomain. I've entered a subdomain for Jacob. This path, you just leave it as it is, and Jacob will pick a PHP version for this subdomain and click on create. Now, maximum number of domains for this package is exceeded. Okay, this is because of the plan we assigned to Jacob. So he has to upgrade his package or pay you extra to get that feature. So I assume he has paid you some money. So now the way you do that is you go to websites, modify websites, pick his website, and you're going to upgrade, and the owner is Jacob. Okay, so the current owner, make sure it's the same, leave it as it is, and make sure you pick a PHP version and click on modify. So now when you go back, Jacob can now add a subdomain. So let's try it one more time. By clicking on create subdomain, sub, enter our domain name, specify a PHP version, and click on create domain. Wait patiently, and you can see this subdomain is getting added to his account, and right now website or domain successfully added. Now we can go to list websites, click on manage, go to list domains, and you see this is a subdomain we get added or Jacob added as a regular user. Okay, so that's it. That's a complete video on how to create or install CyberPanel, configure CyberPanel, create multiple users in CyberPanel, host multiple websites in CyberPanel. I hope you liked it. Thank you for watching. Hoping to catch you in my other videos. Keep an eye on this channel because I'll be releasing more videos about CyberPanel on this same channel. Don't miss any update. Thank you for watching. Hoping to catch you later.